Live from the Crescent City and Coast to Coast Online, welcome to Road Gang Radio, your highway hub for stories, laughter, and the spirit of the road with the one and only Jimmy Mack.
Hey, Phone Master Dre, good morning. It's good to see you. Actually looking more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed than I thought any of us would ever right to look. Nick DeMeo and Tara Garris are dreaming and scheming in the back over here at the Fastport Studios with Brad Bentley, who is also around, lurking about. By the way, big thanks to Fastport. We actually debuted the studio last night on the 23rd. Today is July 24th, 2025. It's good to have all you folks out there. Our friends at Fastport, and sitting behind Jim Miller, who joins me this morning. We'll talk to him in a second here. He's the Associate Director of Transportation at Butler Tech. Got a new day and new facilities over there. Speaking of new facilities, I told you guys we're at the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, or New Orleans, or Nolans. Ain't no such place as Nolans, but I say it because some people seem to think it is, so no confusion there. Fastport solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and of course, they do it mostly through people. And there were a lot of people here last night. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. For those of you who are on the Book of Face, good morning. For those of you who have left your heart at iHeart, good morning to you. If you have the audacity to be at Odyssey, we love you. And at RadioNemo.com, if you hit that button, 365, you can hear us on a regular basis. And good morning to all of our friends on the tube of you. Bruce Almighty, Brad Bentley, both have hashtag RGR. Mark wants to know, how was the celebration yesterday? We're going to be talking about that, Mark. Thank you for asking, by the way. We had a great time. Joe J says, morning from rainy Central Iowa. Oh, man, we had a band last night called The Coven. Four beautiful ladies, all in white, and a couple of groovy dudes behind her. Dave Nemo was also there on the congas. He was doing his thing. What was great was they played 2 or 3 songs. And, Jim, the way they operate is it's 4 lead singers who do a lot of gigs on their own and with other bands all across the city of New Orleans. They take songs from the 70s, 80s, and 90s that have witchy themes. I Put a Spell on You, or they'll do stuff like Sweet Dreams by the Eurythmics. But each one of the 4 women gets one of the songs, and then the other 3 serve as backup. They come out there in white under strange lighting, strange, vibrant music. Go ahead, Dre.
I was going to say one of my favorite things whenever it started raining, one of the singers came, yeah, I love how we chose white, guys.
Yeah. Well, it was funny, though, because, man, they started singing Sweet Dreams Are Made of This, and they would sing, and you'd hear, like, boom, 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 and you hear the long, low rumble. And it's like and it didn't make any difference. They got through 2.5 songs, the rains came, and literally all the people that were there, who were both in transportation and logistics, and the people who were, like, entertainers and performers, everybody instantly knew what to unplug, what to move. They got the thing struck before.
So quick.
It was so unbelievably fast how they got off. And people just kept on celebrating and partying and congratulating them. It happened at the end of the evening, so it was no harm, no foul. It was a great time, by the way. There was gumbo. There was potato salad. There were great sandwiches. There were pedophores. Our good friends from the NFMFTA sent us some RadioNemo cupcakes. People devoured them. There was a bourbon tasting. A number of truckers, including diver drivers, stopped in. Marshall Platter stopped in. Our good friend Junker couldn't make it, but he kept us in touch. Couldn't get that load to get down here. We will find time. And we're going to throw a real trucker-centric event in the next couple of months, let you guys know about that. Great to have people here. Good to see you out there, Chowder. Good to have you here. I'm sorry that you got a sharp elbow. We can read about that over on the Tube of You. Jim Miller, by the way, was here last night. His assistant, his girl Friday, is not here this morning. The fact that you made it, my friend, says a lot for your character and your strength of will. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you this morning?
I got to tell you, man, we had such a good time yesterday. It was such a great mix of, there are people who would like trucking just to be truckers. And by the way, I love all kinds of truckers and trucking. But I think we make them feel isolated and lonely when we do stuff like that. There were a lot of veterans here last night. There were a lot of people who do a lot of the planning and the logistics of all that. A lot of people figuring out ways to get more veterans on the road or to keep them on the road. A lot of discussion of drivers, a lot of former drivers, a lot of people. Trucking's a lot of people, and it's important that our friends out there, especially the ones that are listening here on a regular basis, realize a lot of people care about them and are looking to make their lives easier and better. We're also looking to bring on people who, we have to. It's our responsibility now, since the farm boys and the military are not providing us the pipeline of drivers that we need anymore at the levels that we need. Farms have gotten bigger, but the number of people in them have gotten smaller. The military has become all volunteer, which makes them that much more admirable, but at the same time, it means less people are going into motor pools by being drafted. You get the idea. Tell us about Butler Tech a little bit, and tell us what you guys are planning after that. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are one of the largest career tech schools in the state of Ohio. We service roughly 25,000 students, whether it be adults or secondary side. Anywhere from starting at junior high STEM programs all the way through adults of all ages. So we serve anybody in the community.
It makes it, but here's the thing: it makes for different teaching methodologies. That's what people don't understand. It means that your trainers and the men and women who are teaching people how to do these things aren't talking. If you're talking to a sophomore class, they're the same age, and well, of course, they're different human beings. They're the same age, but there's a certain consistency of teaching. A person who has to drive home every night or drive to you guys on a regular basis who has a job is a very different animal, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So that sets up different possibilities, which means you need bigger. If you're serving all those kind of people, you need different facilities. You need expanded facilities. You got something going on there, don't you?
We do. We're expanding our bioscience facility just off of 75 in Westchester. I don't know the dollar figure, but it is a large expansion. It's almost doubling in size. And then our CDL program is growing like crazy, but our driver's ed program is the one that's really taken off right now. We have expanded that to 2 locations. We do CDL in 2 locations. We do driver's testing in 2 locations. So we are all over Southwest Ohio.
So like I said, people can go from pillar to post with you, right?
Absolutely.
They can go from pillar to post. Let's talk a little bit about the STEM stuff and about how we kind of onboard people like that, because I'm always fascinated. We're seeing more of this, by the way. I had 2 friends of mine here last night, one of whom teaches at an arts high school. And what people do is the kids don't go there all day. They spend the first half of the day learning reading, writing, arithmetic, and then the second half of the day they head on over to the New Orleans Center for the Creative Arts. I know that there are high schools right now around the country that are doing that with supply chain. What are the strategies for making sure that we can begin to onload younger people into the industry, and what do your new facilities, either by freeing up other space or by creating space, allow to happen?
So with our driver's ed program, we start introducing teenagers to the transportation industry. We have them 8 hours behind the wheel, so it's a captive audience for 8 hours. We talk about transportation. We talk about all the programs at Butler Tech, but we introduce them to the trucks, take them up, show them our CDL pad, take them and show them the blind spots. So you have a 16-year-old who's learning to drive, introduce them to the industry and take them and show them the blind spots. Here's where it's safe to operate around a truck. Here's where you don't want to be. If you can't see the driver, he can't see you, and bring them into the industry so that they're not unfamiliar with it, getting behind the wheel of a car.
Well, and the thing is, too, it's funny because you said blind spot, and when you first said it, I said, is he talking metaphorically or is he talking literally? And to some degree, it's both, right?
Absolutely.
The idea that I think that simply walking around a truck for the first time as a 15, 16, 17-year-old, I'm always amazed at their reaction. Because even though they see them on the road, they very rarely see them up close.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because when the size and scope of the things in particular, but I was always kind of curious, what do you find happens when they get inside of the cab for the first time? What is their reaction and their understanding of what they're looking at?
So it depends on the age group. We do a lot of touch of trucks events in the community, like to be out there in the community and active. The younger kids, of course, what they want to do is blow the horn. Everybody wants to blow the horn, blow the horn, blow the horn. But your teenagers, they are amazed with the technology that is inside the trucks and everything that goes into sitting behind that wheel. You know, a lot of people, there's a stigma. You just get in there and you hold the steering wheel and you go down the road, and that's all you do. It is so much more than that nowadays.
I have picked on him more than one time in my life. The former presidential candidate, former mayoral candidate of New York, tech entrepreneur Andrew Yang, when he first ran for president, said, we're going to put all these truck drivers, and he wasn't being cruel. He liked truck drivers, but he said, we're going to put all of them out of business in about 3 to 5 years, because he had bought into the tech. What was the great thing? Automated driving. Mm-hmm. I love this. Automated driving, the tech bros had to raise capital. So they told everybody, oh, this is going to happen in 3 to 5 years. Once they got their capital and once they got their tech breakthroughs, they went, oh, we're looking at 20. We're starting to really understand where this is going, and we're kind of making this happen. And that number could extend. Trucking, by the way, has been missold to a lot of people, not by you guys. It isn't, there are recruiters out there who take advantage of people. Oh, you make money tomorrow, and you just get behind the thing and get behind the wheel, and you're done. What we're talking about is a light blue collar job.
Absolutely.
As opposed to a blue collar job. It's a light blue collar where it actually requires your brains and your understanding and all that kind of stuff. And so we were talking with Donnie Tulk yesterday, and they are offering a lifestyle class these days over at Tulsa Tech.
Okay.
And I was kind of wondering, for you in that space, how do you guys make room to explain the lifestyle of what these people are getting into? Or encouraging them to say, hey, you need to look at this because we don't want to lose a local driver along with an over-the-road driver because you decide you don't want to drive at all because nobody told you the truth about what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, I think it's hard to squeeze. So we're a 200-hour class. It is hard to squeeze.
Not bad, actually, though.
No, it's not bad. Yeah. But transportation could be an associate's degree. There is so much that goes into.
I really wish it was sometimes.
Yeah, right. There's so much that goes into it, but we try to touch on it in the classroom, but we spend so much time on the pad, actually hands-on training, that we don't do as good a job as we should. There's always room for improvement in that area, but we introduce them to different programs that they can do, while they're out, and introduce them to, this is an app that you can use for exercise while you're in the truck, or you can do this, that, or the other. Get out and walk, So we try to introduce that, but honestly, our focus is to build a foundation for whatever company that they go to build on to have a successful driver.
That sets up my next question, by the way, Jim, is the fact that that's what's so important when it comes to educational programs for trucking. You're only as good as your partners, or your students only benefit if your partners understand what you're giving them.
Absolutely.
Like what you've just articulated. Look, we're not. You need to tell your partners. You need to make it clear what this lifestyle is.
Yep.
We have made it clear how to handle this piece of machinery, but you've got to make it clear all the next kind of steps. By the way, I'm in the weeds because I really enjoy talking with Jim Miller, by the way. He's the Associate Director of Transportation at Butler Tech. You guys can give us a call, by the way, at 615-292-6366 on this National Day of Motoring and this National Drive-Through Day. Those are actually things, by the way, guys. By the way, those are brought to you by our friends at Truck Down. If you find yourself broken down, download the app Truck Down. They actually provide maintenance providers for the men and women who drive over the road. 50 states, 8 of the provinces. Go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 1997. The thing that I find fascinating is figuring out teaching strategies. It strikes me that it's possible. This is the kind of thing I'll do for my own show, where I have the basic show down. So I'll write down things that I want to make sure I don't forget I put in there. And I can see in your 200 hours a teacher moving through the material, every once in a while reminding themselves, sitting next to a student going, hey, you might want to download this app. Hey, you might want to go to RadioNemo.com and give it a listen. Jim Miller might be talking. Truck drivers might be calling from around the country. They might be commenting on YouTube. You can get information. By the way, just a quick reminder, anybody listening who's a first-time driver, you might want to go over to YouTube and join the chat because you can ask those guys any questions, and they often inform us as well. My question is, when you guys go looking for trainers, because I'm talking about training strategies, educational strategies, what are you guys looking for when you onboard the people who can do the teaching for you?
We look for someone who's patient, look for someone who understands the industry, who can communicate well. We try to have well-rounded instructors. Some are better at one thing than another, and we try to focus that person. So we have one guy who really does an awesome job with pre-trip. So put them on pre-trip.
That's great.
Try to specialize each instructor, and then knowing what students need and how each student is different, we try to personalize the entire class because people are getting into this career, and some of them are very nervous about what they're doing. They're looking for something to do, but we try to put each instructor with a student, and not necessarily one-on-one training, but we don't go any more than 5 students per instructor.
That's actually really outstanding, by the way.
Yeah, we cap our classes at 15, so we're not looking to be a trucker mill by any means. We want to put out a good quality student into the industry.
What's the great thing you would rather? I mean, you want everybody to kind of get through the program, or as many as you possibly can. But let's just say you have 10 students. I would rather have 3 students. I would rather have 7 people drop out and the 3 remaining students become lifetime drivers than have 8 people get through it and only 1 end up hanging around in the industry.
Yeah, and we are very proud of our completion rate. We have it's 98.9 completion rate, and our placement rate is even better. Students stay in the industry when they come out of our program.
We're going to take a quick break here, come back and get a phone call in a moment here. I also want to point out, by the way, and tell me if I get this wrong, you're a certified CDL examiner.
That's
You're
correct.
a certified CDL instructor.
Correct.
You are certified, by the way, in driver education instruction and a Class D examiner as well.
All 4.
I
That's correct.
wanted to make sure we established Jim's bona fides. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to bounce back on the other side with our good friend Jim Miller. He's the Associate Director of Transportation at Butler Tech. We have an incoming phone call as well. Lots of stuff to unpack. But in the meantime, take a deep breath, reflect upon our country, and then let Pastor John give you a bracing cup of Java.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Hey, good morning. I am excited because this is the day that the Lord has made, and I will rejoice and be glad in it. Hey, I want to share something with you. You ready? You know, I told you I got this new calendar, and it's got on here, today is National Avocado Day. Today is National Avocado Day. But there's something else on my calendar. Today is the first day of school for a lot of people. Did y'all know that? Whatever happened to going back to school after Labor Day? I don't know. I guess that's just me. But hey, I want to share this, and I think you're going to enjoy it. You ready? It says in Philippians 4, verses 6 through 7. Philippians 4, 6 through 7. You ready? Do not be anxious about anything. But in everything, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Did you see that? He's letting us know. Now, notice what Paul is saying. Quit being so anxious. He says, take your time. And watch this. And be thankful. I want you to think about what he just said the rest of the day. He says, don't be anxious, which means you need to slow down. He said, watch this. But by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your request to God. You know what he just did? He said the reason why you have an anxiety attacks and the reason why you're so frustrated with life and the reason why things seem like they're just choking you out is because you're anxious. He wants us to sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Why? Because God wants you and I to know he's right there with us. So God bless you, brothers and sisters. Trust God and quit being anxious, because at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, whatever God's will is, that is what's going to happen. God bless you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen. And I'm not anxious about having this guest in. I'm extremely excited. So back to you, Jimmy.
Yeah, Jim Miller's great company, by the way. If you guys don't know who he is, the Associate Director of Transportation at Butler Tech. When did you take over, by the way, over there?
July 1st.
Yeah, I'm thrilled you're over there. I mean, real kick in the pants. It's always nice to have a new day, right?
Yeah, right. New day, new gig. We have a great team, so I inherited a great group of guys and gals that they do tremendous work.
One of which should be here this morning. We're going to give her a call out. I'm totally kidding. We had a great time at the party last night.
I'll be in trouble.
Yeah, he actually gave her clearance. He actually asked. We were like, no, you're going to be just fine. We got a phone call, by the way, from Lost Boy. He actually wants to talk to you, Jim Miller. Good morning, Lost Boy. Welcome back. So glad you found us again. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Heard you guys had a blast last night, it sounds like.
Oh, we did.
Too bad I missed it. Maybe next time. But I was curious. So, like, when I went to the out school, right, it was 5 of us, and talking over 25 years ago, but we did a 20-week course. 10 weeks of nothing but books, learning rules, regulations, all that stuff, reading maps, everything, right? Everything that doesn't touching the truck for the first 10 weeks. And the second 10 weeks was all just driving every day, going everywhere, backing up, doing everything. Why aren't more courses that lengthy? Why don't they regulate something like that for get everybody to learn?
Let me ask you
the actual ins and outs of trucking before they even drive a truck.
Let me ask you a question about it. And by the way, for those of you guys who are just joining us, Lost Boy's question was that when he actually was learning his trade with 5 other drivers, he did 10 weeks of learning kind of the ins and outs, reading maps, all that kind of stuff, and then 10 weeks of driving. My question is, before we go any further, when the people who were teaching you, was that who you were going to work for, or were you being taught and then sent off to go find a job after that?
No, we were being taught and then sent out to go find a job after that.
Okay.
We put in applications through there, wherever we wanted to go to, basically, right? We can put an application in, and we get hired or we wouldn't get hired, right? It was no guarantee you're going to get hired on the spot,
Okay, that sets it up pretty nicely, actually, and I think Jim understands what we're talking about here. So we're going to we're going to put you on hold for a second here, Lost Boy, just so you can listen and we don't get the background noise, but you're still with us. Let me kind of take you through it. So I guess basically the question is, he did 10 weeks, 20 weeks all in total. A lot of these programs are much more shortened 200 hours, as you said.
Yeah.
Can you kind of take us through, because there is the expectation that the trucking companies, who often now have partnerships with the schools, have an expectation of further training. Can you kind of take us through what has changed and why? And there are programs that do this. There are a couple out there, but why don't more programs do this?
I think it's just the driver wants to be behind the wheel making money. Honestly, I think that's the ultimate goal for the student, to be behind the wheel, being part of the economy, making the money that they want to make to support their family. Like I said, our class is 200 hours. The state of Ohio only mandates 80 hours, so 40 hours in the classroom, 40 hours behind the wheel, and then they can test, go take their CDL test. For us, our business partners and our board that we work with, who we have a number of different trucking industry experts on the board, they think 200 hours is a good length of time. Some of them are much shorter, 4 weeks versus 5. Now, we do have a longer class in the evenings, but the class is half as, you're only there from 5 to 9 versus 8 hours a day. So it's 200 hours no matter how you look at it. But I think it's just the demand in the industry to have the driver behind the wheel, and the student themselves, they don't, as bad as it sounds, they want to be behind the wheel. I mean, it's a short class for a long career.
Yeah, and we can get Lost Boy back on here, Dre. Thank you for your patience. I just wanted to make sure that people could hear Jim's answer. And it's such a great question. We continue to struggle with it. It's like, and by the way, Jim agrees with you. Jim point blank said it could be an associate's degree. It could be, and I believe that too. I think you could actually do an entire set. I think you could do two sets of classes for 2 semesters.
Yeah,
I think
for
you
sure.
could do. I think you could do all the ins, the outs, the particulars, and the details, and the driving, and do that twice in 2 semesters.
Yeah.
And at that point, you'd get somebody, which comes pretty close to what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. It's just people out here. I see it every day. I'm seeing it more and more. It seems like I guess they just forget that they're actually truck drivers. They're speeding through construction zone. They don't really. I don't think they take the time to explain the severity of, hey, you speed through a construction zone. Here's what's going to happen. You get caught 3 times. Here's what's really going to happen. 3 major moving violations. You're done, right? Or a good while. You're taking a vacation. And it's like, I don't know. It's frustrating, I guess.
It is.
Because I see, we put the rest of us in a dangerous spot. It's like my instructor said. He goes, all jokes aside, he says, you're getting a license to kill. I says, what do you mean? He says, you're in an 80,000-pound moving missile down the interstate. He says, that's a license to kill if you're not paying attention.
Well said, Lost Boy.
That opens your eyes, and it's just, I don't know. I guess I'm just asking for the wrong thing, to get the regulations for make them long, get rid of all these 4 weeks. I heard him say that drivers want to make money tomorrow, but what good is making money tomorrow if you go and cause a wreck in 2 days and your money making is done?
Thank you, Lost Boy. It's good to hear from you. This is a longer conversation. You're welcome to call back tomorrow and dig into it with me at the top of the show. Okay, so I got just a few minutes here, Jim. I'm actually going to extend this a little bit because we got our good friend Jim Miller here joining us, by the way. One of the other things, the technology does make this a little bit easier in the way that it used to not be. People have access to stuff that they can get online. There's more information available. That seems to me to be also the way that if we can get the basic foundation, fundamental stuff, but also remind people that they have to do, if they want to get that money quickly, if they want to get behind the wheel quickly, and they want to have a class that actually suits their needs, then there comes the responsibility of, okay, well, you need to get your butt online. You need to take some online classes. You need to get more information. How do you guys set people up for success? And then I want to give you about a minute after that to kind of talk about what you're excited about you guys got coming up next.
Yeah, so like I said, we try to teach each student as an individual and work to their strengths. For me, you could put me in a classroom all day long, and I wouldn't learn a damn thing. I'm a hands-on guy, so the apps, take them out to actually show them the equipment, put them in the truck, and point by point by point, just keep going over it. And our instructors do an amazing job at each, whether it be the pre-trip or maneuverability or, out on the road. And for the longest time, we did not have automatic trucks. We have recently invested in some. All of our trucks were manual shift. And, sometimes that's a hard struggle for people. State of Ohio requires you to double clutch when you are taking your test. And some of the drivers, like you talked about earlier, these farm boys that are coming in, that's not in their repertoire. They float the gears, and it was holding a lot of them back. So we have to stay within the guidelines of the state of Ohio and then still try to produce a good student. And like I said, we are just we are trying to put out a good student with a good foundation of what they're doing, so that the companies that come in and do the recruiting have a nice ball of clay to work with to mold exactly what they want in the cabs of their trucks.
Amen to that, by the way. Jim Miller, the Associate Director of Transportation, newly minted Associate Director of Transportation, joins us from Butler Tech, butlertech.org. Jump into the conversation, have some fun. Alex Miller is coming up. Jim Miller, Alex Leslie's coming up next, talking about the operational cost when ATRI gets on the air. Jim, it's great to see you. It was great to see you last night, too, man.
Thank you guys for everything you did last night. You have a beautiful studio. Last night was amazing. Thank you so much. Thanks to Fastport and Brad and you, Jimmy Mack, for having me. We appreciate it.
You got it. And by the way, when Chef Marty gave my wife a medal for all the programming she does, it made her day. It was really, really great. We'll be right back after these messages. Marshall Platter is lurking around the studio. We're going to get him to drop in for a second here in just a little bit, talk about what it is he does. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having us.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Alrighty, we're back with more Road Gang Radio, streaming live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, Facebook, all that jazz. Jimmy Mack is back in the driver's seat.
You guys are welcome to call Alex Leslie as well. We're talking operational costs as ATRI makes its way on the air. Well, let me give you the kind of the bullet point. New ATRI report shows trucking profitability severely squeezed by high cost, low rates. Do we need to tell you that? No, of course not. What we need to do, though, is get you guys to go to truckingresearch.org because it's more than just kind of a generalized statement. Our good friend Dean Croak, who was here last night, he and I talk about you're only as good as your partners. Sometimes having long-term partners means keeping costs down. It means they often do the research to keep the costs down. What this report does in its greater detail is break it down to the micro, the nuts and the bolts. Really give you guys a real sense of it. Maybe things that you have missed, you're not thinking about. Sometimes people actually don't do their budgets properly and don't realize they're bleeding in a place they really haven't checked where the flow of money is going to. The American Transportation Research Institute's new report might be able, if you take the time to go through it, it's available to everybody. You might get a better sense of what is going on and why you're not headed in the right direction as far as the bottom line and the books are concerned. Alex Leslie, by the way, is ATRI's Senior Senior Research Associate. It is great to have him back as always. Hey, Alex, you groovy dude. How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good, Jimmy. Good to hear from you again.
So we're over here in the Fastport Studios, and I will tell you, sometimes I go to look at the bottom line of what we're spending, what's coming in, and what's going out, and I'm like, what the heck happened there? And then suddenly I realize, I'm buying way too many donuts. Now, that's a problem that, a lot of truck drivers will understand at some level. We're talking about dollars and donuts here to a large degree. That's really what this conversation is about, and I want to set this up again. I want you to kind of lay out the methodology for this. This is an ongoing concern of ATRE's. It's one of the most important things you guys do, as much fun as bottlenecks are. This, in many ways, is where the dollars do meet the donuts, and it's where if you ain't turning, you ain't earning. But you could still be turning and not earning based on how you're not looking at your costs. This really, in many ways, is something for everybody. Because if you're a big fleet owner, this is helpful. If you are a one dude on the road, this is helpful, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alex, you're breaking up a little bit, brother. We're going to actually have Dre pick up the phone for a second and check with you here. I had you good at first. Just make sure we got it all good and going on. By the way, Rebecca actually talked to us for a little bit about this in particular the last time she was actually on the air. So we're gonna see how that's going over there. Got a little bit of a phone problem here. Don't forget, you can also call and complain about the cost at 615-292-6366. Hey, Alex, welcome back. Sorry about that. Had a little bit of a phone problem there.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. Good to
I think I was saying right before I left that, it's super useful for big fleets. They, a lot of them participate every year because they know how important this data is. But I think, if anything, it's maybe even more important for owner-operators in the small fleets who, they don't necessarily have a bunch of analysts in-house to do this for them. And so the fact that we're able to provide this crucial benchmarking on costs and on operations is really a light in the dark, especially in a market like this.
All right, take me through this, though, Alex. Like I said, it's okay. We can get to the weeds here because a lot of these folks out there are going to completely understand it. Show us exactly what you guys look at, because it's like, there's a great moment. I always refer to it. Two of my favorite reference points are Jaws and Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield. And he's got a great moment where he tells a college professor who's trying to run his own fictional business, he says, you left out a lot of things. What are the costs in regards to the day-to-day sort of grind, what I call the death by 1,000 nickels and pennies, as people are putting this together?
Yeah, so we track a variety of line items, and again, it's fleets who report these numbers, so these are actual costs. Fuel, truck and trailer payments, repair and maintenance, insurance, tires, tolls, driver pay, driver benefits. So those are sort of the core marginal costs that, again, every mile you're running, you're paying that cost. And so what we saw in 2024 was that if you look at those overall, fuel included, they actually decreased slightly, just by about 0.5% to $2.26. But really, that's just because fuel swung so much lower that year. If you take fuel out, costs actually rose by 3.6% to, about $1.78 per mile.
In regards to the long-term future of this, though, are you able in a study like this to be able to spot trends as well? I know we are able to look towards the past and say, okay, look, compared to this, the data matches up this way. I guess my second question is, how does this help with future planning in regards to reading the data to making decisions about what's coming next? Because, as you said, the fuel cost, and you were quick to point out, the fuel cost is one of the great variables in there, in the sense that because we all remember. I mean, I'll give you a dumb example, but I think actually is really, really, really indicative. The economy got so bad during the Great Recession that at one point, literally, gas prices plummeted to the point where you had people in Louisiana in 2011 suddenly paying $1.86 because it had literally cratered. The destruction of the price there then turned and allowed people to start being able to afford it again. So it's the one great unguessable. What is something either by what I call incremental increase with the cost of living, the cost of inflation, that never changes, where it's like that is going to be what that is and you can plan for it to be that thing?
Well, honestly, most of these costs do actually fluctuate, and that's why you need to keep up with it on a year-to-year basis. You can follow trends. It's true. There are some trends, and our report does a really great job of showing them. So, certainly one of the big areas is truck and trailer payments. They were up by 8.3% in 2024, which is a pretty significant jump. It was the highest increase of any line item that we track. And we can, we look at the metrics for what's happening in the new truck market, what's happening in the used truck market. We ask fleets, how did costs look in the first quarter of 2025? And, so we can say we're probably looking at a similar increase in that line item this year as well. There's a lot of uncertainties, of course, out there. There's a lot of uncertainties specifically with tariffs. Certainly on the truck and trailer front, a lot of parts come through Mexico or trucks are assembled in Mexico. So, a lot of these numbers can actually change from year to year. And so the best thing you can do is, understand where that trend line is coming out of the past, the last couple of years, and use resources like our operational costs to then try to make that next adjustment for next year.
Yeah, and the other thing is it's really great, that is really wonderful about this particular thing is that it also kind of talks about some of the reasons why this stuff happens, so that while you might not be able to control the fluctuations, you can't, or the unpredictability of it, at least you can read other trends in the marketplace and say, there's a chance this might happen, that you're able to kind of look at what's going on with the oil supply and understand what that's going to mean a year from now, that you're able to look at something like what's happening with Mexico and know that the operational costs are going to increase because the cost of servicing the truck is going to increase. You go through driver compensation costs, fuel costs, equipment costs, truck insurance, and other marginal costs as well. But then you kind of pivot in all of that and then look at efficiency as well, correct? I mean, that was the part of the study that I really thought was fascinating, because I'll just give a couple of examples here and would love you to kind of talk about it. Talk about when you say deadhead mileage, what that means in regards to where there are possibilities of moving forward and kind of compensating for costs. And then we'll talk about dwell time. And by the way, it's interesting that you come to us today you have a whole thing on speed governors, and we found out yesterday the FMCSA is like, we're done. There ain't no more speed limiter discussion is going to happen. So it's an interesting time as well, too, which is neat. But talk about the efficiency part of the study, about the operational cost findings, but the efficiency part is really important.
Absolutely, because even if you're not able to necessarily control things like the price of a truck, you can control things about how efficiently you use it, or whether that money is going to maybe a new truck or maybe more repair and maintenance on the one you already have, for example. Given the current pricing, repair and maintenance costs have actually decreased in 2024 while truck prices were going up. But yeah, like you say, we track a lot of efficiency metrics. One of the big ones, of course, is deadhead mileage or empty mileage, non-revenue mileage, whatever you want to call it, which rose this year to 16.7%. It's ideally you want that deadhead mileage to be lower, that average, because of course those are miles that you're paying for without getting paid for, right? But with rates in such a tough place in this market, what we found is that that deadhead mileage percentage was increasing as fleets were having to maybe drive a little farther to get the load for backhaul that allowed them to break even, or to get the load that actually made sense.
It's interesting, too, because this is such an anecdotal story, but kind of a perfect thing. So we have a longtime listener and caller and friend of the show, Junker, and we had a party here last night to cut the ribbon on our new Fastport studios, and a number of drivers were actually able to get here. The ones that got here either took vacation time to do it. Some of the other ones had to find a load, had to find some way to actually make it up. One of them desperately wanted to come here, and he actually spent a better part of his 34 desperately trying to work with his dispatcher to get within striking distance of New Orleans, so he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it,
Ugh.
and he just and it was heartbreaking. But we talked about it, the idea that he just could not let those wheels turn to get down to us, and the idea that he was willing to kind of make a compensation one way. The idea if he got down here with a load, he'd be willing to kind of drive out and get to the next load someplace else far away. But he had to find something that would get him here, and people don't realize that. Is that you have to begin to kind of make those decisions as well, and those deadhead miles are really just absolutely murderous. Alex Leslie joins us this morning. This is something you guys are more than welcome to jump in on the conversation at 615-292-6366. We're talking about, well, essentially the cost of running. That's really what it kind of comes down to, and want to kind of jump into that as well. I also wanted to talk about, there was a section there on asset, driver, and employee utilization. And I want you to kind of explain that when people kind of make their way into this study. This is a really accessible study, by the way, guys. It's so worth the read, and you can just head over to truckingresearch.org and download it. I'm correct in that assumption, right, Alex?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we break this thing down by topic. So if you only want to read about one thing, just it's in the table of contents. Read that one page, move on with your life. So we really do try to make this as accessible as possible for whatever it is you want to get out of it.
So lay out, do me a favor, lay out asset, driver, and employee utilization. Because I've got my own list of things I kind of wanted to go through that kind of caught my attention. I actually did what I shouldn't have done, is I went to the things I wanted to read first and then read the entire study, which made me kind of biased. But go ahead and kind of unpack that as well too.
So we saw a couple interesting trends. On the asset side, motor carriers were decreasing their fleet size by about 2.2%. That's the first time we've seen this since the pandemic. In 2023, fleets were still growing, actually. We're still increasing the number of trucks in their fleet. So they were decreasing their fleet size, and at the same time, there was a decrease in the driver-to-truck ratio to a 7-year low. Now, driver-to-truck ratio basically means the lower you get, the farther you get away from one, that means there are more trucks that are parked. A ratio of 1 means you've got one driver for every truck, so you're probably running. Ratio over 1, maybe you don't have enough trucks, or maybe you've got a lot of turnover or something like that. But we were at 0.93, which means not only fleets are decreasing their size, but then with the size that remains, they're leaving more of those trucks parked because they can't get the loads to run them profitably.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, it's not the same thing, but the gentleman that we were trying to work it out with to get him down here was in many ways a lot of the same sort of problem as well, and that makes all the difference. Like I said, and the thing is that fleets are having to make decisions now. That's all. One of the things about running a small business or a medium-sized business or a big fleet is everybody will tell you. Anytime I've talked to anybody who wants to run a small business, Marshall Platter, another truck driving and truck operating and truck businessman, can tell you, by the way, if you don't make your payroll, nothing else really matters. Even the tax man is willing to work with you if they feel like you're not ripping your employees off. They actually will be like, okay, so what can we do here to kind of make this easy? The moment you start not making payroll is when the real problems start hitting you. So often you have to make these tough decisions about where you're going to start cutting. When you have to cut there at payroll, that means you have cut every other thing that you have to possibly cut, because people often make that decision. And it's tough because when you prioritize the people who work for you, other things begin to fall off, sometimes meaning that you lose your best employees because you can't provide them with the stuff they need beyond simple payroll. That's the real cut point. That's the real cut point. So I wanted you to kind of talk about that as well, too. And like I said, we're talking about employee utilization here. There's a whole other things going on here, and a lot of great charts as well, that kind of, just to give you guys an example, I'm looking at around page 50 of the report, and table 20, ratio of truck drivers to non-driver employees, just to give you kind of an example. So the sector is LTL, and it's 1.2. By the time we get to 2024, it's 1.1, and that's truck driving to non-driver employees. That's a tough call, because that means you're starting to get on a 1-to-1 ratio with the people who are not only just driving trucks, but everybody else. You really want, well, give me an example of where you really want to end up.
Yeah.
Okay, talk about that number.
Yeah, so one of the biggest ones in the same chart that you just pointed to there is that we saw that in the truckload sector, this year there were 4.5 drivers for every non-driving employee. And that's a huge jump from just last year when it was about 3 drivers for every non-driving employee. So what does that mean? That means that fleets are reducing their office payroll, right? The folks who are doing sales, some of the folks maybe who are even doing dispatch, some of the folks in administration, doing whatever they can to trim those costs. And like you say, Jimmy, you don't cut payroll lightly, right? You don't look to do that first. For a lot of businesses, that is the last thing that they want to do. When you see that huge jump, and overall, we actually saw a decrease of about 6.8% in non-driver roles among our returning participants this year. So again, that really tells us that fleets are digging deep to try to make sense of this. And I really think that this has been a changing point. If you look back to 2023, fleets were still increasing fleet size. There's still a lot of optimism that this was going to be a downturn that was relatively brief, and then fleets wanted to position themselves to take advantage of the rebound. But when I look at this 2024 data on asset use, on payroll decreasing, on some of these efficiency numbers, what that tells me is that we have had an industry-wide attitude shift. We're not thinking about this as a short downturn anymore. We're thinking about it as a freight recession, and as one that a lot of people don't see a rebound from in the near future, right? Because if you thought there was a rebound coming 2 quarters from now, you would not be cutting payroll right now, right? So I think that this really marks, not only an unfortunate marker of just how tough this market is, but a shift in attitude about how long this tough market is lasting.
And it's interesting, too, because I want to point out something else. And, Alex, please correct me if I get this wrong. I feel like I've done enough research, which, by the way, most of it's because of truckingresearch.org. I feel like I've done enough to have an understanding that a lot of times companies will hold, even if it's hurting them a little bit, will hold on to drivers a lot longer than sometimes people think makes sense, because the one thing you don't want to do is cut good drivers loose, and then when things finally do turn around, you can't keep up because everybody has held on to their drivers and you haven't held on to yours, and now you're trying to ramp up to catch up to a recovering economy, and you can't find the people to do it. So people will often, in bad times, they'll make front office adjustments, they'll cut there, but they'll hold on to drivers for dear life, because anybody listening can tell you, I don't think there's a shortage, Alex. I think there's a shortage of quality drivers at some points that often forces, companies to scramble. We can go through the cycle of this, but that really is, there's something about this that things actually could be worse than they seem on paper, because people are simply holding on to their drivers for dear life. Is that fair?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the drivers are the ones who, right, they're making the wheels turn. You hang on to them as long as you can. But obviously, a lot of the folks who help keep drivers happy are the ones who are maybe in the office. And so they're certainly related. But yeah, like you say, you hang on to the driver, and, you part with people in the office first, even if that can prove challenging in other ways. But like I said, it really is just a marker of how challenging this market is. We saw in the truckload space, the average operating margin was actually a loss of 2.3%. I mean, that is just not, and if you look at other sectors, refrigerated, flatbed, they're all under 1%, right? This is just, there's just not very much that a fleet can do at this point to cut further. When we saw, it's such a strange moment, because in a normal year, if I told you costs were up by 3.6%, that's not a terrible number, right? It's a little bit above inflation during the same period. That was 2.9, but not bad. Costs have decelerated a lot over these last couple of years since, we were up 12% in 2022. But there's just so little room to give. If you look at those lines reporting what freight rates were, they're just flat. And so any increase, even if it's a small one on the cost side of that equation, there's just not much room to squeeze.
Let me show you the logic, by the way, guys. Alex Leslie joins us, by the way, and he is a senior research associate over at ATRI. Let me show you the logic of how this is laid out. So we were talking about the ratio of truck drivers to non-driver employees. That then gives way to a study of industry capacity, which, of course, is on the minds of a lot of people right now. And then that flips into truck driver turnover. So I'm looking at Marshall right now, who's sitting across from me, and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. The idea that, you're trying to get the ratio. You're trying to create some kind of balance to hold on to drivers, and of course that gives way to the discussion of what's going on in the industry with the capacity problems we're having right now. And that then says all of that sets up too where people, it's tough because you can reassure a driver that despite the economy the way it's going, you're going to hold on to them. But at the same time, you then are dealing with driver turnover, which, by the way, increases your cost because the moment you lose a driver, you're then spending your money on training the next group of drivers you have to replace them with if you can find them at all. And then what I love here is it then goes to mileage between breakdowns and in-house servicing. Because if you can't provide the recruited drivers with the equipment that they need, you've got another problem because they won't sign on the dotted line regardless of what you're going to pay them because you don't have the equipment that they need to actually feel comfortable operating your machinery. And there's a real logic to how it isn't just a matter of how you do the study, but how you lay out the study so that it all interconnects, right?
Yeah, absolutely. All of these items are connected, and they're all connected to the costs, right? Miles between breakdowns. If you're doing more preventative maintenance, you're doing more miles, and you're also saving on repair and maintenance. So all of these metrics and costs are closely related. And certainly if you're looking at that cost balance and looking at those numbers going up and trying to figure out, gosh, okay, I'm on the higher end of this. How do I get myself down? You got to look at some of those metrics because, like you say, turnover costs, mileage between breakdowns costs, dwell time costs.
Yeah, it's so funny too, Alex, because like I said, you could always, it's interesting that depending upon where your focus is in regards to that, you talk about the idea of going through, you can kind of pinpoint areas, read, and then kind of, go on to something else. But you could do this backwards too. I mean, you could go from the maintenance cost into then the driver turnover. You don't maintain your machinery, you lose drivers, and then your costs accelerate because you're having to onboard more drivers. The first year and a half of onboarding a new driver is the most expensive period of that payroll process. It's even more expensive than giving somebody a raise a lot of the time. Alex, we go on all morning. Mm-hmm. Guess what? We're out of time, brother. Can you believe that? Can you believe that?
Ain't that how it goes?
Ain't that how it goes? What do you got planned for the weekend? What's going on over in Alex Land?
I'm actually going to go down and watch a couple cousins of mine compete in a demolition derby at a county fair every year. So I'm going to check that out on Sunday.
That's outstanding, man. That's the best thing I've heard in forever. And by the way, I tell everybody, if you're frustrated with this economy, I can't think of a better way to work out a little frustration than doing that. My friend, we're going to get you guys down here sooner rather than later. It's always great to talk to you. Groovy dude Alex Leslie has joined us, by the way, talking about operational costs. Go to truckingresearch.org. They are completely nonpartisan, by the way. The facts speak for themselves. Use them as you choose. Head over to truckingresearch.org if you want to donate some money. They are a nonprofit to keep that quality work going and to keep them independent. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you, Jimmy. Always a good time.
Always a good time is absolutely true. Our good friend Marshall Platter is here. We're going to drop him in a little bit when Lindsay shows up here in just a little bit. We actually focus on helping you guys make a living in the first 2 hours of Road Gang Radio. We then pivot and talk about how we go about the business of making a life. Jeremy Kirkpatrick, by the way, is going to be on the scene, by the way. He, of course, is going to be talking about the ATA's new image campaign, Nothing Without Trucking. And by the way, immediately after that, OIDA arrives on the scene to talk about Mr. Pugh going to Washington and the big news on speed limiters, meaning there is no news other than it is old news and done news. Louis Pugh sent me the funniest video, Andre, in a tank top, dude, doing wrestling style. It's gone! It's gone! And we're here.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio, so let's rejoin good old Jimmy Mack live from the Big Easy.
Actually, Lindsay Lawler is on the scene, by the way. She's in the back hanging out with Nick DeMeo and the Turtle. By the way, good morning to everybody out there on Road Gang Radio. And you notice I say everybody out there on Road Gang Radio because this is the Road Gang. Our friend Forot is lean and mean and on the scene. He also says, hey, y'all, I-70 near me, 82 onshore, 3 semi-wreck. Hey, by the way, that's eastbound. By the way, Forot, just really quickly, where are you? I've got every piece of detail I need. I just need one more thing from you. Where are you? He said I had to squelch down on CB. I'm stuck. Get off at mile marker 70. Go to US 40, by the way. Thank you very much. Mark says, that he loves kind of getting lost in the weeds here on Road Gang Radio's chat. Not so crazy about it when it comes to actually being out there on the road. Steve jumped into the conversation, said that his training was a 3-month class for him at PTEC, and the Paranormal Pie Man is on the scene, and he says, yo. This is really cool, by the way. Marshall Platter is here. We're going to get him on in a little bit. When Lindsay jumps on, we're going to give him a couple of minutes to talk about what it is he does. He's a regular contributor over there, by the way, guys. Normally on the tube of you. He's in studio. You're always welcome here. All we ask is that if you're going to show up, do it the way Marshall did. Let us know you're coming. Give us a good heads up like Jerry Bowers did it as well. Go over to weekends at RadioNemo.com. Give us a shout out. Let us know you're coming. We will make room for you at the table. All we ask is just give us a heads up. What Dre and I don't need is a knock on the door at 6 o'clock in the morning saying, hey, I'm here.
Diver Driver.
Yeah. By the way, that wasn't his fault. I'm actually going to stand up for Diver Driver. He showed up here at 6 a.m. because I said 6, and he took it as a Navy terminology. Although he loves my dad's joke, by the way. My dad, my brother Patrick, who's a Marine, my dad, who's Army, always watched the Army-Navy game together, and there was a couple years where Navy kept winning. That's changed now. There's a much bigger balance in that series. But every time Navy would win, my brother would jump to his feet and scream in my dad's face. And then finally one day he said, I'm just glad you've gotten around to admitting finally that you're in the Navy. And it landed pretty good. And that put an end to that conversation for quite some time. Really quickly, before I get to Jeremy here. So Marshall was saying that if there's a school for the deaf, and by the way, there is a radio station for the deaf not far from here, Marshall. What? What am I saying? A radio station for the deaf? Yeah, there's actually a radio station for the deaf. I will explain that in greater detail. But he's talking about hand signals. He was talking about hand signals, about the idea of you and I maybe learning sign language. This is a cool thing. Have you ever heard the old tradition, the superstition, that it is actually bad luck to whistle in a theater? Oh. You've ever heard that, Marshall? The reason it's bad luck to whistle in a theater is got nothing to do with superstition. It is that the old theaters used to be run by rope and pulley systems. So you had all these big, strong guys Who they was they were sailors who would come off of the ships, and they would get an extra job over the summer or over the winter months, whenever their ships weren't sailing, backstage at theaters. The way you actually lift levers and pulley ropes is you had a series of whistling signals. So these men would whistle to one another backstage so that only they could hear. The problem was if you whistled backstage during a play in the 19th century, you might actually tell somebody to lower something on somebody's head or to change the wrong scenery. Once you know that, and like there's another tradition that says green is bad luck on stage, to wear green. That's a real thing too. The reason why is because the first stage light was limelight. And so limelight, when it hits green, turns it black. It's got nothing to do with like the ghosts or the spirits. You know, there's a couple of other traditions. Most bad luck, most superstitions actually have a grounding in some kind of practical fact that no longer is applicable. Here's a practical fact that is applicable, which is, and by the way, Art, you said I'm 6 inches from the steering wheel. Thank you so much, wise ass. 615-292-6366. I want to tell you about our next guest because he's got something that is a truism throughout perpetuity and beyond, even in Zebulon 5 where they drive trucks. Nothing without trucking. Jeremy Kirkpatrick of the ATA joins us this morning. Hey, man, welcome back. Tara says hello, by the way. Good to have you.
Thanks, Jimmy. I appreciate you having me on. It's great to connect again. And, hey, congratulations to you and the whole team on the new venture, the new platform, the leap into the streaming world. It's super exciting. Love to see what you guys are doing, and really just appreciate you extending this platform to us at ATM.
Oh, you're quite welcome, by the way, and we like to get the perspective of what's going on out there. And you know, so many drivers don't. The other thing is, too, and I wanted to kind of ask you this question first off, and then we'll get to the actual campaign itself. A lot of people, when, and our good friend Marshall is going to talk about this later on, marketing money is so difficult to come by, and yet it is so deadly important. Marketing is so important in regards to making a living on the road, whether you're an independent operator or whether you own a small fleet or a mid-sized fleet. And people often give it kind of short shrift. One of the things the ATA does, this is a talking point for every single person who's out there on the road. The idea when you come up with an image campaign, it's one that you're actually sharing with the industry as a whole. They can use it. I mean, it's literally there. They can actually put it out there. And so as part of the consideration, giving your members and giving the trucking industry in general an opportunity saying, hey, this might work for you. You might want to apply this as we do as well. That's kind of the thinking behind it, correct?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right, Jimmy. You know, we're really trying to build out a storytelling campaign here that leans heavily into narrative and the power of story. So we're creating content, and that you know, content that can arm the industry and stories they can take to various public audiences to get our messages out, and that takes resources to produce these stories and to tell these stories. So you're spot on with that.
Okay, so the image campaign, I'll let you kind of unpack this. Let's talk about this new image campaign, and then we'll talk about the practical steps, because in many ways, like I said, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of your members, who don't have a good understanding of marketing. You guys do. I mean, it's part of what your job is supposed to be, to make sure the industry comes across in its best and truest light. So talk to us about the image campaign.
Yeah, so Nothing Without Trucking is a broad-based public awareness campaign, and our goal here really, Jimmy, is to elevate the importance of the industry in the minds of the American public, whether that's the American consumer, whether that's the motoring public, whether that's policymakers up on Capitol Hill or in state houses across the country. And that's because this workforce deserves recognition. You know, everyone in this country depends on it every single day. The conveniences of modern life that we all, you know, too often take for granted don't happen through magic, right? It takes the dedication, the skill, and the hard work of 8.5 million professionals who work throughout trucking, including the 3.5 million professional drivers. They're the ones who make that happen. And so we want to remind people of that undeniable fact. We saw this during the height of the pandemic, when there were runs on the grocery store, runs on toilet paper. The economy kind of came to a halt, but truckers kept moving, and the meaning of essential worker really came into focus, right? We saw that groundswell of recognition for the industry and for professional truck drivers, and people were sort of forced to realize just how important trucking is. And it's, somewhat unfortunate that it takes a pandemic, a mass catastrophe to draw that sort of attention. But we're hoping, this campaign through content and storytelling is, one platform that we can continue to deliver that message and reach public audiences.
One of the things, Jeremy, that we're learning, and in case you guys are absolutely just jumping in and joining us, Jeremy Kirkpatrick of the ATA is here to talk about the public image campaign for the ATA of Nothing Without Trucking. One of the things that has to be acknowledged now is we have a show called Nemo Nation. It's every Monday, and Dave talks to anywhere between 12 and 14 guests over the course of 4 hours. That, of course, gives us anywhere from 7 to 11 minutes of an opportunity to talk to each one of those men and women that makes their way onto our platform. We do that, too, because we know the idea that the average listener now kind of consumes things in bits. And so much of it, in order to avoid just simply being bits of noise, we have to be bits of really intense kind of impacted content. How can we kind of kernelize that content? So much of what you guys are trying to do here is not just about, a television campaign or a radio campaign, but it's working in the same space, right? And so I think it's kind of important. How do you kernelize? The statement does it itself. Nothing without trucking. We get that. But then we got to expand a little bit more and breathe into that. Talk about the efforts you guys are making and what that campaign looks like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Nothing Without Trucking is that bottom line, that kind of factual, hard-hitting reminder. But wrapped around that is really leaning into, like I said, stories and capturing stories, whether that's short form, long form, and trying to reach people where they are. We know studies in neuroscience show the power of narrative, of stories, how when reading or listening to or viewing a story, the brain is activated in ways that no other medium can. It generates empathy and primes the mind for action. So stories are an incredibly powerful tool. So to change the way America sees trucking, we need to tell stories that matter. And one initiative that we're leaning really heavily into this year is a new documentary series called Driven. And your listeners can view Driven on YouTube. You can go to drivendoc.org. That's drivendoc.org. And this is a episodic long-form series where we're going to be documenting professionals throughout the industry. We have 2 episodes that are streaming now. We have a third that's going to drop in a few weeks. You make a great point, Jimmy, about kernelizing and finding those snackable nuggets. And so this long form series, we're going to break down and have a lot of cut down pieces that are optimized for social media. But, our aim with the series was to tell the industry story writ large. And that's a fun and interesting challenge when you think of how vast and sprawling and complex this industry is, such immense size and scope. How do you capture all of that in just a nugget or a kernel? And so myself and my partner on this project, Nikki Thomas, we decided an episodic series gives us the runway, kind of the canvas, a canvas that's big enough to tell that story effectively. And so each episode or cluster of episodes will focus on a few individuals in the industry. And people can be drawn to, different stories, different individuals, or different episodes as they appeal to them. But we thought this kind of episodic documentary series is the canvas we need to industry story. So we're super excited about it.
Yeah, and it's so okay. Let's get really in the weeds here. And people, by the way, have been
Sure.
talking on our platform about getting in the weeds. And often truckers say, "I love getting into the weeds, except when it comes to the actual job itself." So I'm completely sympathetic, Mark, out there in Ohio, who's listening and making comments like that. Totally, Jeremy and I are totally with you. This is what's crucial. I realize, when people go to grammar school, late grammar school, early high school, they're taught that five paragraph writing system. You know what I'm saying? Say what you're going to say. Tell us what the three things you're going to say are. Say it in 3 paragraphs. And then at the end, tell them what you said and tell them how they can connect all the dots to draw a conclusion from it. The great thing about that is that it means that you can remove any of those paragraphs and present the simple paragraph as the thing itself, and it should be able to reflect on the other 4 paragraphs. I hope people are following me here. But the idea is that you've always got to kind of keep repeating the message of what the content is, nothing without trucking, while at the same time allowing people an entry point, an access point, and that is through the human beings who do the job. And that's what the interesting point of this pitch is. Just give people a little preview of what those human beings are, who they are, and what they're doing. Did you follow me,
no,
by the way? Am I making sense?
You are. No, I'm tracking, Jimmy. I'm tracking. And so we wanted to begin, in telling the industry story, we wanted to begin with the professional driver, of course. So we identified 3 individuals, and what's really cool about these 3 in particular, they come from, very different backgrounds, very unique backgrounds, and different corners of the country. One is a woman driver from Alaska. She drives the Dalton Highway up in the north slope of Alaska. One is Roland Bolduc, he's no stranger to you, Jimmy. He's
champion Roland Bolduc.
Yeah, a legend from the National Truck Driving Championship world. He drives in Massachusetts and Connecticut. And then one is from South Dallas, and he kind of came up through he was really the inspiration for the South Dallas Driving Academy. I don't know if you're familiar with that nonprofit organization that's connecting inner city youth.
Oh, very. We've had its founder on the show a couple of times. Yeah, great guy.
Yeah. So very different corners of the country. Different walks of life, but they're each connected by first of all their love of trucking and the transformation it has made in their personal lives, but also connected through their essential role in the supply chain and how they connect our economy. They also represent different segments of the industry. Tiffany drives. She's the single mother up in Alaska. She drives tank truck, hauls hazmat. Roland drives a day cab for an LTL company, and Germany Williams from South Dallas, he drives drive-in over the road truckload. So a good cross-section of the industry, we think, and just different. They bring different perspectives to the story. So that's how we settled on those 3, and I'm happy to dive into each of their own stories a little deeper too.
Really quickly, by the way, I want to point out, too, we went from Alaska to the northeastern corridor and then found ourselves in the wide open spaces of Texas. That's the other, people don't realize, that's the other consideration here, because you can't just go from Texas to Oklahoma and then over to Arkansas. You can't just do, the New England states and then drop into the mid-Atlantic and then move back and forth. And you can't just head over to Alaska and then find people who drive their way from Alaska along up to British Columbia and then back into the States. It's important, too, to kind of make people realize that the human face of trucking is everywhere, and it is, as Lindsay likes to say, both kinds and all kinds, that there's lots of folks out there who are kind of engaged in it. You don't have 8 million people, 3.5 million people doing this if everybody looks the same and everybody's driving the same route. Okay, I do want to dive in because the first one is so much fun and so, at times gut-wrenching and nerve-wracking. Let's talk a little bit about Tiffany and those tankers up in Alaska. Tell people about that a little bit, what they're going to find.
Yeah, Tiffany's amazing. She's a single mother of 3, and she drives the Dalton Highway at least once a week. So for those who don't know, this is I think 415-mile stretch of remote highway in Alaska that runs from Fairbanks all the way to Dead Horse, which is the northern coast up along the Arctic Ocean. It really is the edge of the world. And you know, I had an awesome opportunity to embed with Tiffany and to follow her on that journey in a pilot car, and to experience that road, which is iconic. It is beautiful, but it is also, as you indicated, Jimmy, pretty arduous. I think 75% of it is either gravel or unpaved. In the summertime, in the winter, it's often coated with snow or ice, and it goes through a mountain range all the way up there to the Arctic Ocean. And those drivers are performing a critical service. They're servicing the oil fields up there, the energy workers up there. So they're driving north, and then parallel to the highways, a pipeline that's pumping oil south. And that oil provides energy to the entire state of Alaska, and then it's also exported down to the West Coast. So, you know, her story conveys a few messages. One is economic opportunity. She makes a great living supporting her family as a single mother driving that road. She embodies a spirit of adventure and resilience. It takes some fortitude to make that drive. And I think, you know, she kind of sheds some stereotypes, I think, of what a professional driver, especially up in that corner of the country, looks like. But her story also speaks to the far reach of the industry and the far-flung impact, as you mentioned. You know, again, that energy is reaching all the way down to the continental United States. So really cool story. Amazing person. She has her own YouTube channel. If your listeners want to check it out, Dalton Darlin is her name, and so she posts a lot of content. But we capture her story in our series Driven, which your listeners can find on YouTube. Also, if you go to drivendoc.org, that's drivendoc.org, you can find these episodes that we're producing.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, and many of the tough guys and tough gals who are listening do know this, by the way, the Dalton Highway, for those people who don't know, is one of the great acts of inter-country national security that has ever been created. I mean, it is one of the great national security routes of all time. It was actually put there for the purposes of radar. It was put there for the purposes of interconnecting Alaska to Canada to the United States with the purpose of giving an early warning sign. And I think, if I remember this correctly, it's the distant early warning line is where the whole conception of the road comes up. But it, in many ways, the documentary that you guys do, this bit of information, is also kind of a really nice little mini history lesson that's going to make people dig in more to figure out how rough and tumble that world is and how important it is. It was also built to support the Trans-Alaskan pipeline system in 1974. Yep. There's a lot of groovy stuff about this. It is a great value lesson in what people are doing. Let's pivot to Roland Baldock, because, man, that guy is the man. And talk, I mean, like I said, and by the way, we can talk about this all we like. We're not ruining it for you, okay? No spoilers. They're all doing great. They're great stories about what's going on in trucking, so you should check out the content itself. But talk a little bit about, because we go from somebody that a lot of people might not know to somebody that a lot of people absolutely do know, because trucking does have its set of celebrities in it as well, too, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Roland he's an amazing guy, super charismatic. And he, you know, we kind of focused in on him because he really embodies, I would say, the skill and dedication and passion that can be found throughout the industry, especially in the area of safety. You know, safety for him isn't just a talking point; it's a core value. It's a state of mind, and it's something he puts on display every year through the National Truck Driving Championship. So we saw his personal story as a way to kind of expose audiences to NTDCs and to the culture that surrounds NTDCs, which is it's such an awesome event, Jamie. I know you've been there a bunch covering it over the years. Just a fantastic event that really celebrates the mission of safety and puts the skill and professionalism of America's truck drivers on full display. So he, you know, Jimmy, you're far more articulate than I am, but I'd say Roland approaches his job almost like he has a sort of a cerebral scientific approach to the competitions and to safety generally. And so we capture some of that in the documentary, how he analyzes the course, how he knows the dimensions of his equipment, of his tractor and trailer down to the inch, and how he kind of is able to, produce these wins year over year. He's got such an incredible record. So it was awesome spending more time with Roland and letting him kind of put his skill and passion on display.
I'll tell you this, for those who don't know Roland, by the way, but know baseball, Roland Bolduc is to trucking and to trucking safety as Ted Williams or Tony Gwynn are to hitting.
Yes.
And I'm not being exaggerative when I say that. Literally, because Dave Nemo once asked me about him, and I said, Dave, the way you and I talk about programming issues, and we can get really into the weeds there. Roland can talk about how much space he has to pass a duck. And anybody who knows what I'm talking about knows exactly what I'm talking about. The idea that it's like it gets down to, this kind of truck, that kind of truck. I need to know the dimensions. I need to know the kind of wherewithal, front and backwards and forward. He's a master of the pre-trip, I guess, is a good way to kind of explain who he is. I mean, right down to the point of like, and what's interesting. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. He practices, and so he spends a lot of time throughout the year practicing for these competitions. So in the series, I don't remember if it's episode 2 or 3, but we spend time with him practicing out in a lot, and he kind of walks through his methodology, and it's awesome. It's really cool to see.
Well, and it's a great reminder too, because it's an obsession of mine. Practice is an obsession of mine, and I make the joke all the time, Jeremy, that people say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is insanity. I also say it's also the definition of practice. And the idea, but the difference between insanity and practice is that insanity means you don't go and evaluate what you've done. He will do something. That's what's really cool in the documentary. You'll watch him not just do the thing, but then he stops and goes back and says, okay, what did I do wrong, or what can I make better the next time through? It's really great. We'll talk about the last one here real quickly, about the South Dallas route and about Germany Williams. Tell people a little bit about both the program that Germany kind of emanates from, but also what that route is like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Germany, another just amazing guy. Love spending time with him. He comes from the Bonton neighborhood of South Dallas, which I believe is, I think, one of the top 5 poor zip codes in the United States. He's somebody, he talks about it very beautifully throughout the series. He wanted to find a way out of the inner city and the pitfalls and the trappings that many can find, in the streets in the inner city. And he found his way out through trucking. He got his CDL, which for him, it was his ticket out. It was, it really gave him a license to dream and to think about what's possible. And so that sort of inspired the foundation of the South Dallas Driving Academy, which is a nonprofit organization founded by Von Miner. He's the president. Chris Peterson with Rally Fleet Services, he co-founded it. And their mission is to break through the systemic barrier of driver's license access. So real quickly, people in the inner city have trouble getting access to driver's licenses. That curriculum's been pulled out of many public schools. It's been privatized, and the private schools are not in the inner city. They're where really the money is. And so as a result, I believe it's 40% of the urban poor in the country do not have a valid driver's license. Obviously, to work, to get an education, to go buy groceries, you need transportation. And so a lot of people end up driving without a driver's license. They get a violation. A violation leads to a fine. Unpaid fine leads to convictions. And this kind of feeds a cycle of generational poverty. So South Dallas Driving Academy is connecting youth in the inner city, getting them a Class C driver's license, a CDL, and kind of building pipelines into the industry. And Germany was kind of the inspiration for that program. So he just speaks to economic opportunity in the industry. His personal story of success has led others in his community to look at trucking. And our hope is we can kind of put a spotlight on this barrier to entry in the industry, this issue of driver's license access, and hopefully see this program replicated in other cities across the country, as well as hopefully I hope some fleets and carriers listening look to this program perhaps as a pipeline for new talent into their companies.
We actually, our good friend Craig Daniels, who was a Citizen Driver of the Year, has often called this show and talked called for exactly what Von Miner is up to over there. He's an incredibly charismatic cat. We've had him, got a chance to talk to him on a number of occasions. I am deeply rooting for them to kind of really make this work, to get people out there, because sometimes nothing without trucking. Sometimes the only way forward for a lot of these young men and women is actually getting out there on the road and getting away from where they were to get to the next place that they want to go. Jeremy, we are out of time. We actually ran over time. I don't care. I love having you on. drivendoc.org. Let me make that really clear. I didn't say driven.org. I said drivendoc.org is where you want to go, and that will take you to Driven, the heart of trucking, nothing without trucking. Jeremy Kirkpatrick of the ATA has joined us this morning. Thank you for making the time, my brother.
Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate you.
Always love having him on, by the way. We now shift gears. OOIDA, Washington Trucking Week. Mr. Pugh went to Washington, and he turned that place into a lake of fire. It also turns out that the FMCSA has said, speed limiter, no more. Hey, guys, go to ShadyRays.com. They've got your back at ShadyRays.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live and rolling once again. This is Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack, and that man is coming at you from the heart of good old NOLA, baby.
Good old NOLA, by the way, over here at the Fastport Studios. Big thanks to them for solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and, of course, people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Also, a big shout out to our good friends over at Truckdown. They've been doing it for a long time. Since 1997, they've been on the case. 50 states, 8 provinces. If you break down and you have that truckdown.com app, what you can do is get yourself out of the ditch and back on the road. Speaking of getting yourself back on the road, we're back on the road to Washington, D.C. We wish more of our friends from OOIDA could have made it yesterday, but these folks are busy. Man, they are omnipresent, ubiquitous, everywhere. They are everything, everywhere, all at once. And, of course, I don't know how he makes the time. He'll go into any lion's den, even with people who, give him hard time and grief. Our good friend Colin Long is on the scene talking to us this morning on Washington Trucking Week. He's the Director of Government Affairs. Good morning to you, sir. How you been?
I've been busy. Sorry we missed out on the New Orleans event, but I had a boss in town testifying in the Senate, and unfortunately, that's where I needed to be as well. But I shouldn't say unfortunately. It was very fortunate. We got to continue our messaging on a number of key issues as they relate to the highway bill. So we were excited to have Louis in town talking the talk.
What's really also kind of cool about this is that Louis sent me a text right after, the speed limiter kind of got kaputted. He sent me a text with him in a video with a cutoff shirt acting like he had somehow won a wrestling match and was now threatening to go after the next people and deliberately. Let me tell you, I mean, it was like one of those, we beat this guy, now we're going to beat that guy. I mean, it was classic Pew. It felt right out of Mid-South wrestling. I suddenly was reminded how old I am. It was just, I'm 5.
Yeah, our whole team was out there for that recording because we just love to participate, sit back and watch. And we were talking about like what kind of vibe we want for it, and we actually said like we want this to be like a behind the scenes WWE recording. And Louis like, yeah, I can deliver that, and I think he did. And folks should check it out. It's on X or Twitter or any other social media platform that we have, and it's gotten a lot of attention here in Washington D.C. too. So we're excited about it.
I was thrilled because he actually sent me the product itself. He sent me that and then the X post, and I'm like, I felt very honored. I'm like, and then I realized I don't feel honored. I feel like the fact that Louis Pugh understands that I'm literally such a wrestling nerd that I would completely get every reference he unleashed in it. By the way, and we're actually talking in the weeds here with Colin Long. We probably should tell people. And they can find it on the Twitter, now known as X, and a number of other platforms. Tell them exactly what that video is content-wise. We will avoid the stylings of. We got to come up with a wrestling name for Pew. You know what I'm saying? You know.
We'll work on it.
Pugilist Pew, something like that. We'll figure out something.
I gotta say, Louis brought his girlfriend Jill into town with him. She wanted to witness him testify, so she joined him, and she was at the recording as well. And we were trying to create this like Miss Elizabeth Randy Savage dynamic between them, and it wasn't working. So we just got left with Miss Pugh acting like Randy Savage. But he was excited because it's official. FMCSA, U.S. Department of Transportation, has withdrawn the speed limiter rulemaking that we've opposed for almost 20 years now. They did this back during the first administration, but now they've done it again. And it's a major victory for us because there's still folks on Capitol Hill and throughout Washington who want to impose a speed limit mandate. But their task just got that much more difficult because the administration not only withdrew it, but kind of followed our lead on a number of reasons why and said, actually, it creates more hazards than it does promote safety. So we think that's a really compelling argument to keep speed limiters at bay for hopefully the rest of time. But Louis was just thrilled, and we wanted to do this video in front of U.S. Department of Transportation and give them credit because it's so emblematic of their approach to trucking policy lately under Secretary Duffy, putting truckers first and listening to truckers. We call this a new approach in Washington where truckers come first when it comes to developing trucker policy. And as a result, I think the U.S. Department of Transportation has demonstrated that they're listening and they're taking steps to make the lives of truckers easier, safer, more productive, more successful, and we're just thrilled.
And by the way, from a completely, this is my own personal view of it, from a completely constitutional standpoint, I have to tell you I'm thrilled. I am not a big fan of what I call the magic presidency or the magic executive, the idea that we simply wave a wand and things happen for us because we want them. And there's a lot of safety groups who don't understand the ins and outs of what's going on, and they just want what they want when they want it. Or there are people who are stakeholders who have money invested and want everybody else to invest money that they can't afford to invest for decisions that they can't afford to make.
Absolutely.
This basically, like I said, now you can say you don't get to make your case to one person. You actually have to go to the people who are supposed to do this. If you want to do this, go congressman to congressman, convince them that it's in their best interest and the best interest of the country to vote for this. And if you can't, too bad, so sad. Because it really is Congress's job. If you want to put a speed limiter in, knock yourself out. Good luck, by the way, with this or any other Congress. This is why it's always attempted. And please, Colin, you can say no habla inglés or you can say no comment. But this is why so many people attempt to do things for the executive branch, because the heavy lifting of actually doing it through the way we've set up our governmental system often proves to be too much. That simply saying, I want it, I'm going to hold my breath until I get it, doesn't really cut it on this issue. This is an issue where you got to make your case to a lot of congressmen, which means you got to present data and facts, and the facts and data aren't on their side.
No, not at all. And I think that's what frustrated us and our members so much, is that people were just overlooking the views of truckers and not treating them like the experts they are, and not believing them when they said, this is about our safety, but also the safety of the driving public. And I think that's what makes us so excited about this new Department of Transportation approach, is that, again, truckers are coming first, and they're being treated like the experts, and their opinions are being taken more seriously. And Louis said this when he testified in the Senate Commerce Committee, which I'm sure we'll get to earlier this week. He was like, the old way doesn't work. Crash rates go up. Fewer drivers are remaining in the industry to become safe, experienced operators. Everything's moving in the wrong direction. And that's a direct result of Washington prioritizing everyone over truckers when developing trucker policy. And we think this withdrawal of the speed limiter mandate is a great example of folks finally saying enough is enough. I mean, you can convince some folks on Capitol Hill and the previous administration to go through with this, but not on Trump's watch. And frankly, you're right. I think forcing Congress to be the one to mandate this in the future makes it a lot more difficult to ever get a speed limiter mandate put in place, because when you start explaining what will really happen on local roads, and especially in a lot of these big open Western states, people say, "Oh, that doesn't make much sense. I can't support a speed limiter mandate." And that's frankly what we've seen happening, not only in the administration but on Capitol Hill. I mean, don't forget we have bills in both the House and the Senate that would prevent a speed limiter mandate from happening now. I mean, that's a little moot, but the bills aren't moot because they would prevent speed limiter mandates from happening in the future under other administrations. So we're still kind of promoting those bills. We want to see a lot of support for those. We want to see them included in the highway bill so we can fully put this thing to rest. But we're still taking a victory lap in Washington now because the speed limiter mandate has been officially withdrawn.
And the other thing is, too, about this is that what I find so fascinating about this kind of reversal of policy is it buys you some breathing space. But here's the other thing. You could make a case that previous administrations really didn't want to do this either. And the joke I make is, though, it's the problem with the loaded gun on the table when you tell somebody, oh, don't worry, nobody's using that gun and it won't go off. Nobody's going to touch that pistol and it won't go off. The problem is that even if you're doing it to kind of give them lip service, to kind of say, hey, look, we're exploring this, we're looking at this, we know how this happens. Sometimes people talk about something long enough that people begin to accept the idea, and then it just happens, and nobody knows how it happens. By doing this, you take the loaded gun off the table. Yeah, we're not going to use it. Okay, well, if you're not going to use it, then take the loaded gun off the damn table. And this is taking the gun off the table. I want to pivot to a tale of two Louis, because, we make the joke all the time. Mr. Pugh goes to Washington, Mr. Long goes to Washington. But what we're talking about now is a tale of two Louis. So Louis 1, of course, is the Randy Savage video maker on X. Louis 2, though, anybody sees those pictures, Mr. Pugh knows how to sit himself in front of a congressional committee, a senatorial committee, and be able to talk himself in a nice suit, looking sharp and talking in some folksy sort of humor. I'm going to actually keep on saying Pugh for Congress just to piss him off, not because I really want him to do that, because he knows how those guys operate. But Louis cleans up nice, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. And he's becoming a bit of an expert. He testified in front of the Senate Commerce Committee subcommittee on transportation earlier this week, and it was his third time testifying before a congressional panel this year. It was the second time before that specific subcommittee. So he's getting pretty comfortable with it, and I think what I appreciate most is that as he becomes more comfortable with it, his his talking points don't change. His style doesn't change. He's still authentic. And I think that's what really resonates with a lot of folks on Capitol Hill, whether it be staffers, whether it be members of the Senate, or administration folks who are watching from their desks over at the USDOT. I mean, people are watching Louis and they appreciate what he has to say because they know it's authentic and they know it's built on 23 years of driving and 2.5 million miles of safe driving. And if we're listening to anyone when we talk about trucking policy and how to improve safety and how to improve working conditions for drivers, I mean, you should be talking to Louis. He's been living that life for decades, and now he jokes that now he drives a desk at OOIDA. But I mean, those 23 years and that 2.5 million miles it's major. I mean, there's no one else who testifies in the Senate who can provide that type of experience. And even the other day, I mean, he sat down with 3 other executives, one from the Teamsters Union, one from the American Bus Association, and our good friend Chris Spear from ATA. And Louis got more experience in everything that they're talking about than they do combined. And I am bragging a little bit because that's kind of the essence of OOIDA. I mean, drivers started the organization, drivers still lead the organization. And when the Senate or the House wants someone to come in and talk about trucking policy, we send them a driver. So, yeah, he did really well. I hope to have him back again.
Well, and the other thing is too, and this is really inside baseball, but really important for a lot of friends to listen to. Everybody talks about the dream, and by the way, this is as close to the dream as they're going to get in regards to somebody at the FMCSA running the division with the appointment of the soon to be appointment of Barr up there. But the thing about Louis that's so great when he testifies is that the men and women on the senatorial committees, when they get a chance to see him, they are seeing what and by the way, I'm not suggesting him for this role because I know you guys love him where he is, but people could look at that and say, that's what a trucker would look like. That is what an informed citizen trucker would look like if they ran the FMCSA. That's what it would look like. That if a trucker, everybody's dream of, they got to get a trucker to do this. And of course, what too many people mean when they say that is a guy who rides up and down the roads and does the job and does the remarkable stuff that these guys do for a living. But this guy actually brings it's like a 5-skill baseball player. It's like he's got the driving experience, he has administrative experience, he has policy experience. And so that's what it would look like. And so even though he's not the head of the FMCSA, they actually get a real good vision of what that would look like if an absolutely pro-trucker was running the FMCSA who was actually also a successful trucker. And so it carries that kind of gravitas. Matter of fact, it's what a lot of Americans wish people who ran departments like that would look like when they get to those jobs, as opposed to being a Harvard graduate with connections in the boroughs and canyons of New York. No offense to those folks, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, to your point, I think if we go back to speed limiters, the Biden administration brought the rule back. Trump put it on the back burner. Biden came into office. Suddenly we have to deal with it again. They want to impose a mandate. I think that's the result of leadership at FMCSA at the time, not having the experience or the knowledge of the trucking industry to know that they were stepping on a landmine. I mean, they brought it back and they were flooded with opposition. Comments from truckers who were saying, absolutely not. You cannot impose this mandate. It's bad for safety. It's bad for my business. It's taking things in the wrong direction on a number of fronts. And had those leaders at the time had experience in trucking, and I'm not saying they had to be truckers. I mean, we're excited for Derek Barrs to get confirmed next week in the Senate. He doesn't have necessarily trucking experience as a driver, but he's got more than enough experience to make him capable of leading the administration, and frankly, enough experience and knowledge to know not to try to impose a speed limiter mandate. And I think the Biden administration got a little bit ahead of their skis on speed limiters. FMCSA leadership stepped out in front of Secretary Pete, and as a result, you didn't see that rulemaking advance over the 4 years.
Yeah, they didn't give their best mouthpiece a shot at it. By the time he got up to speed, he's like, well, it's out there now, so here comes the comments, and we can't just take our tail between our legs. It was real. I will tell you, of all the things they did there, right and wrong, it was one of the most botched things they did. And that is not an attack on anybody over there, but it was like, dude, it's like people don't want to even hear, well, we tried. I mean, don't do that. Don't even play game. Once again, the loaded gun sits on the table. Oh, don't worry, we're not going to use it. Okay, get rid of it then, right?
But you know what? We made lemonade out of lemons because, and bear with me for this kind of weird summary of what happened, but we were able to put together a big coalition of industries who oppose speed limiters. We were able to activate our members by just having them be pissed off at the administration. As a result, I think it's strengthened our hand on a number of fronts in Washington because we went into the lawmaker's office, we explained how ridiculous it was, and frankly, how emblematic it's been of the way trucking policy has been developed over the last several decades, that they started to better appreciate the view of truckers and the views of OOIDA specifically, because we were out there telling them how dumb this was and how it took things in the wrong direction and how this has been going on for far too long and you need to start prioritizing truckers. And now, as a result, here we are with the mandate being withdrawn by the Trump administration, and they went even further and issued all these other 8 initiatives that will improve working conditions for truckers. I think thanks to FMCSA and the Biden administration for really activating our base, giving us an opportunity to talk to lawmakers and to provide really reasonable, practical solutions to them that don't include limiting trucks to 60 miles an hour in states like Kansas and Texas. I mean, it really shed a lot of light on how backwards the development of trucking policy has been in Washington for too long. And Louis talked about this in his testimony before the Senate this week. I mean, check out Louis's speed limiter video, but then also go back and watch his opening statement. It's only 5 minutes long. And he talks about the fact that, prioritizing shareholders and safety advocates and trial lawyers and law enforcement has resulted in a kind of perpetual slide backwards in safety, slide backwards in driver retention. And, it's time to take the Trump administration's lead, lawmakers, and start prioritizing truckers. And, we think we're a step closer to after what the Trump administration had done with the 9 initiatives, but also after Louis testifying before the Senate and telling senators, all right, you want a pro-safety, a pro-trucker highway bill? Start listening to truckers.
Well, yeah, and I'm going to actually and by the way, thank you for going there, because actually that was one of the statements I was making. Because you got an audience to make the case against something that was actually on the front burner, you were then, as always happens, if you come to somebody and you say, we think this is a bad idea, but there are safety issues out there on the road, the next question is, okay, you've got my time, you've made your case against this. How would you go about making the road safer? So tell me if I get this right. Basically, by making the case against the speed limiter, it opened up more space for you to say, because people often ask that question, I am happy to help you, Colin, but you got to tell me what I can do, because I got some numbers here that show you some bad stuff going on. How do you propose on stopping it? And then you're able to make that case. By the way, Marshall Platter is joining us this morning. He's a driver out there on the road. I want to give him a really quick comment. We're going to drop him in really quickly. Go ahead and take a shot at it, Marshall.
I just wanted to say, all the years I've been on the road, which is 51 now, I always said to myself, why are suits in Washington who couldn't do my job if they had a pistol to their head telling me how to do my job? It would be like truck drivers trying to tell doctors how to do surgery. They don't know. I don't know anything about surgery, and they didn't know anything about driving a truck. So I always felt like they were in the wrong area when they didn't bring us in. And that's why I'm a life member of OOIDA, and I always felt like at least we have somebody sitting at the table.
He wanted to get that in there. He's been sitting here quietly enjoying the show from the Fastport Studios, Colin, with his headset on, and he's been listening intensely, and he has not made a peep. And then you were talking, he put his hand up, and he was like, I got to get in on this. So I hope you don't mind that particular message, which I think you probably enjoyed immensely.
I wish there were more of you, but thank you for your life membership. And I mean, truly, this is the mission of OOIDA. It's always been the mission since the 70s, is to promote the voice of truckers in the development of trucking policy. And without us, you'd probably have a speed limiter on your truck right now, a federally mandated speed limiter on your truck. And I think folks need to better appreciate that. If I may gently shame truckers out there. And a lot of folks have said, especially with speed limiters, why get involved? This is going to happen. Obviously, the government wants it to happen. They're going to force another rule on us. I think this is proof positive that's not the case. And let's not forget, 15,000 comments against FMCSA's speed limit mandate under the Biden administration were sent by truckers. That put the brakes on the rulemaking for the 3.5 years that the Biden administration was calling the shots. But it also set us up to have it withdrawn under the Trump administration. So it's proof positive that activism and advocacy works. And if, frankly, more of our members and more truckers at large got involved, we would be able to make a lot more noise in Washington and get a lot more done.
One of the things I also want to point out, too, and this is why it's so important to kind of put your priors behind you when you actually involve yourself in an association like OOIDA, and to actually, we had on Alex Leslie of the American Trucking Research Institute on earlier, and we asked people to look at data and facts and pure data, especially from an organization like that where everybody's got kind of a stake in making sure that the numbers add up, because nothing worse than presenting numbers that are wrong and can be proven wrong. That's so important. And to kind of let go of your priors, and one of the things that you guys pride yourself on the most is, your ratings. And I'm promoting OOIDA here a little bit too, full disclosure, because I love this kind of stuff. There are nonprofits and there are organizations that things really skewer. You guys, in regards to rating, you are considered a pro-trucking advocacy group for owner-operators. You are not considered a partisan one for one side or the other. The only thing that people can rely on you for is that you'll speak for truckers. And I mean that as a neutral statement. That's so important, by the way, because when people start picking sides as opposed to representing the people they represent, that's when the problems really start, because people then turn a blind. If you can't talk to everybody, you can't win, because it means you're basically constantly getting whiplash back and forth every time an administration or a house changes, right?
Yeah. And, Louis mentioned this in his testimony as well. He was like, OOIDA is not a partisan organization, but we give credit where credit's due, and the Trump administration deserves a lot of credit right now. And he pivoted and said, it doesn't matter what party you're with, you can embrace this pro-trucker approach that the Trump administration has set an example of, and you'll probably get better results out of it. I mean, you'll certainly have more happy constituents back home, but things like safety and driver retention and supply chain efficiency can all improve if you take truckers at their word and treat them like the experts they are. But you're right. I mean, OOIDA is a nonpartisan organization. When I hang up with you, I'm talking to folks in the House about bipartisan legislation on lease-to-own schemes. Later this afternoon, I'm talking to folks in both parties about restroom access. I mean, that's how we get things done. And no matter who's calling the shots, we're capable of working with them, and we're capable of advancing truckers' agenda. But we're very pleased that there's this new promotion of truckers as really highway safety experts, and maybe they should have their views prioritized by folks in Congress, and we're going to continue to run with that.
A tale of two pews, by the way. You can actually check out Louis' testimony in front of Congress, and you can also see him doing his best Mid-South Wrestling Randy Savage impersonation as well on numerous platforms. I got to tell you, Colin, I almost fell on the floor. I was literally in mid-show, and I looked down, and I see suddenly this guy wearing a tank top being like, "Woo! We got rid of it! Woo!" It was genius, and it's so much fun. You can check. It's over on X. I know that for a fact. Where else can it be found?
Yeah, I'm not even sure anymore. It's been making the rounds. So whatever platform you use, you can probably find your way there. I mean, it was included in a political newsletter this morning to Capitol Hill, so it's being seen by just about everybody. So if you haven't seen it, definitely visit X first, but then it's probably everywhere else by now.
By the way, you can also find it on the Book of Face at OOIDA, OOIDA. You can find it on Twitter, of course. Well, previously Twitter, now X. It's on the Tube of You. It's everywhere, guys. Just check it out. You get to watch Dandy Randy Savage, better known as Louis Pew Pew Pew, as Lindsay Lawler, who's actually joining me in the background, loves to say. Colin, it's great to have you, man. We'll get you down in New Orleans. We'll figure out a real pro-trucker event as well, too. Thank you, brother.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
You got it. When we come back on the other side, Matthew Holbert's going to join us. Our good friend Marshall Platter is here. Lindsay Lawler is actually in the house, and it turns out that I do have friends and family, and she did eventually meet them all. By the way, the nicest thing yesterday, Dre, was an old friend of mine, or a long-term friend of mine, was there and looked over, and she was like, "That's your parents?" It's like, "Oh, my God, they look so much better these days." I couldn't agree more. We'll be back on the other side of this. Jump into the conversation on the chats. Make it all happen. It is, in fact, Road Gang Radio, and it's brought to you by, among others, our good friends at Shady Rays. They've got your back at shadyrays.com.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Well, that voice sounded familiar because she's here live from the Passport Studios in good old NOLA from Nashville. This is Road Gang Radio with your host, Truckin's Wild Card Jimmy Mack and Nashville country star Lindsay Lawler.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I got coffee in me, baby.
My good friend John Maley, who has a really terrific podcast called Stay in Your Lane, just sent me a text message. He and his wife came in last night at 3:45 in the morning. They were here yesterday, Eastern time. They left from Ohio. They crashed around 10:30 p.m.
They did not crash. They fell asleep.
Well, he said crashed.
Well, you just said they got in and they crashed. I just want to make it clear they are okay.
I don't know.
That's a question.
They didn't leave okay last night, man. They were in a good mood.
A lot of people didn't leave okay last night.
Unbelievable, by the way. It is so good to see you. And, boy, what a good time last night, huh?
What a good time. And let me go on the record, on the air, for the world to hear, saying, Jimmy Mack, you throw a good party, sir.
Thank you very much.
You throw a good party. He said he did. He proved his point. You actually, not that I'm shocked, but you actually have lovely friends and family. Again, not shocking. I've known you so long and never gotten to meet your people. Here's the biggest compliment I can say about you.
Go on.
One of them. You have interesting friends, interesting people in your life.
From all walks of life.
Colorful people in your life. And that is, thank you, Jesus, for that. I didn't have to have one small talk conversation last night, which is such an amazing thing. Like everyone, I'm like, oh, there's a new entry point. That's cool. That's interesting. So fun to get to spend time with Claire last night. I'm mildly, majorly obsessed with Claire. Such a cool, talented, vibrant indiviďual, which makes a lot of sense because Claire's married to you.
Thank you.
We got to have so the party was awesome. It's a bit of a bummer that it rained, but it was also really cool because it was, let me tell you, we were in the Edgar Degas house, and the storm rolled in and it was booming, and I was like, the spirit is here. It unfortunately meant the band couldn't play long, so that was a bummer, but it also created a cool vibe in the house, the houses. Great party, great people. great conversation. And then we got to wrap it at the end of the night with our general manager, Nick DeMeo, our fearless leader, pulling everybody together in the studio and it was really cool. We realized we had never all been together, including Cheryl and Claire in town, us all in town. We had never all been together in a room at one time. And that was a really special way to end the night, I think, on that high.
Yeah, and the other thing I realized too is we're all kind of sitting there. The breadth of experience, the number of people who work with us, some of them very young, some of them like Dave, when God said, let there be light, Dave hit the switch. Todd Spencer was standing next to him from OIDA when that happened, by the way. But that wide swath of people, from the young, starting with you, and then, of course, from the old, starting with Dave and I, and Cheryl, who is forever young. I'll be here all week. Thank you. The other thing is, too, Colin was making a point previously, and our good friend Marshall Platter is here with us, was saying, please don't, how did he put it? I don't tell doctors how to perform surgery. One of the things that we've always deferred to truck driving expertise here, but to have that much radio expertise in the room. The idea that it's like, it's not something you can just kind of work your way up and just jump in on a radio and I just tell stories, knock yourself out, have a good time. The amount of professional experience in that room at the end, even with the youngest member, who has proven herself to be quite capable of producers, coming along really nicely, just some terrific work that she's doing. It really was great. And to get a chance to meet both drivers, to meet people who are drivers who own their own businesses, to meet people who drive for Walmart, who were there, to have the road team captains come in.
People can, and let's make this point too. A lot of companies, I was talking to Brad Bentley about this morning, a lot of people are on spending freezes. They're on it's economic hardship. The people that were here last night were here on their own dime, from companies, drivers, Marshall Platter. People came in on their own dime to be a part of this, and that's equal parts. I want to support you, and equal parts. You guys are doing something cool, and I want to say I want to be there from the ground up. So, and that's a massive compliment. We take that for. And then can I also say, once again, Jimmy Mack, you throw a good party. Thank you. Continue to invite me, please. I will come. Also, we got to watch We Should Write yesterday, and a guy came up to me last night, Jim. This was, of course, I started crying. He came up to me and he said, do you mind if I steal you for a second? We talked, and his name was Ken Moore. I'll never forget that, because I said, I have you in my laundry room, Ken Moore. And he said,
nicely done.
Thank you. And he said, I didn't know what he was going to talk about. He said, you and Fred LeBlanc had me crying. And he said, I listened to the whole thing of We Should Write yesterday. He said, I lost a son 9 years ago. And then he opened up and teared up when we started talking about that. And he said, that show helped me actually sit there in that moment, listening to Fred talk about losing his brother. And he said, open up. And he said, I know I should probably be writing more about it, more, or digging in. If you're listening, Ken, good morning and hello. I'd like to have him back on this show, because he's also a driver and he's got a great story. But anyway, point being, for me, Jim, yesterday launching We Should Write and having Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth, who knew of Dave Nemo, never gotten to meet him. He knew of the Road Gang. He said, when I was in Dash Rip Rock, a punk band back in the 80s, he said, he told us this off the air. He said, we would listen to the Road Gang, and if they were playing it, we would cover it. He said, Dave Nemo's why we covered 6 Days on the Road, et cetera. And so for me, and then hearing, that comment from Ken last night, it came all together. I was like, cool, We Should Write is not just what I wanted to do for 17 years. It actually makes sense what we're doing here with drivers, with trucking, with connection, pulling people together. It's just an extension of like when we talk to artists on this show. So anyway, that's my dissertation. We're going to talk to Matthew Hilbert here in a minute. But I just wanted to say, all in all, yesterday was a great day, all in the studio together, making good radio, having a great party, bringing people together, and supporting this team. So kudos to you, hats off to you, Jimmy Mack and Brad Bentley and Fastport, for pulling that together last night.
Thank you so much, by the way. Amen to that, Phone Master Dre. I couldn't agree more. The number of discussions about, and by the way, having people who were not in the industry, I know that there are people out there who want to create shows that are so kind of circular and insular that it's all things all the time about bottom lines and payrolls and rules and regulations. I get that. That's a market. I understand that. But one of the things that was happening last night was the number of people who came there that weren't in trucking, who were able to ask, explain to me what you do.
Yeah.
Explain to me how it works. Explain to me how veterans operate inside of this space. Explain to me how one, makes the bottom line work after all these years. How do you make money in trucking? How do you not make money in trucking? Those are the kind of questions. And we had the ATA on, and then we had OIDA on. Are you guys starting to get a picture of what we do here? Don't be surprised if other stakeholders show up. But that's the thing. We need to reach out to everyone who actually depends upon trucking, which is everyone, and help them understand.
Looking at you,
that.
everyone.
Looking at you, everyone. Really quickly, speaking of everyone, Chris says, good morning, everyone. Waiting for my trailer to get fixed so I can head to Iowa and South Dakota. Forrod pointed out that the accident that he was talking about with the 3 semis is actually over in Missouri. Plan accordingly. 10 Ring says, no alcohol at my party yesterday. Probably a really good idea. And the Paranormal Pie Man says, I get to deadhead back to my shipper and then go home for the weekend. Good for you. Ya, ya, ya. That was his ya, ya, ya. Not my ya. People are liking, people are listening. As a company driver to make money, stay out of the truck stops. That's what Paranormal Pie Man actually says. Well said, by the way. Well said, by the way. And, of course, we now have more and more likes over on the tube of you. Please jump in over there and keep on hitting that like button for us. Keep on joining the conversation. It is so good to see you, Lindsay. Marshall is here. He actually had a really great comment during OIDA. We're going to actually talk to him for a little bit after we talk to our next friend, by the way. Would you care for me? Would you care for me to do the honors? And I'm also going to
do the honor, because I want to dive in. I'm excited that you let me be a part of Beyond the Bushwhackers with Matthew Holbert, because I'm a dummy. I'm a big dumb dummy. But so thanks for letting me hang out with the interesting, smart big boys here.
By the way, I got a note from Joe J. Does anyone else seem to have Jimmy's mic low volume and Lindsay's is normal? He's asking if I could be turned up a little bit. If that, in fact, is what's going on, let us know.
No. This is my show.
Overpowering. So you can crack me up a little bit if you would like to, Phone Master Dre.
Bring our guest on, Jim.
I will take care of the introduction here. I will make the miracle happen, as it were. He's an Elliott Associate Professor of History at Hampton-Sydney College and Series Editor of American Wars and Popular Culture at LSU Press. He does research around 19th century America, and I mean the 19th century America that involves naval cults, Navy cults. And I'm talking about the revolver, by the way. Special interest in the American Civil War, guerrilla warfare in the Western borderlands, which means all of our listeners are going, we like that kind of stuff. Memory, film, and the Western frontier. By the way, MatthewChristopherHolbert.com is where you should go to find out all about him. He actually does a segment here that we have continued from the old platform, Beyond the Bushwhackers, and he's going to be talking about Pat Garrett today. Matthew, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
We're doing good. Matthew, you've yet to actually drink a bushwhacker, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, I've got to get you to Nashville I got to get you to Nashville so we can do it together. So we can, that's the real bushwhacker we're talking about here. Okay, Matthew, good morning. What I want to know before we dive into Pat Garrett, and I'm going to ask this question about you first, and at the end of the interview, I'm going to ask it about Pat Garrett. Since you do this show with us monthly, what should your walk-on song be? If Matthew Holbert's walking on the court, the metaphorical court of life, what's your pump-up song? And it's going to be really funny for pump-up songs, like something really slow.
This has got to be, and Jimmy will love this, this has got to be Morricone, Ecstasy of Gold, but I need it to pan back and forth, to different people's faces and then zoom in and out. There's got to be the whole sort of good, the bad, and the ugly effect of it.
It's like a whole produced theatrical situation. I'm here for that.
Oh, yeah. This is more than a walk-up. This is like a whole intro.
Okay.
Oh, my God. By the way, in case you guys don't know who we're referring to, is we actually talked about him last time. He was the composer of the last film we talked about, My Name is Nobody.
Yeah.
All that good Morricone stuff. Perfect for you, Matthew. Perfect for you. I also want to ask you, and we'll get this on the table and out of the way before we get to the actual historical figure. Who do you think is the best portrayal of Pat Garrett in any Western movie ever?
I knew you were going to ask that, and I was going to ask you that.
Oh, well, then y'all can both answer. You go first.
Oh,
you want to ask me? You want me to start? Because mine is a really interesting take. It's not what you think it's going to be, and despite the fact that I think the movie is incredibly flawed and often too much feels like St. Elmo fires with pistols, I will tell you, I think William Peterson is fantastic because of his just kind of sad resignation, the way he looks at Emilio Estevez throughout that movie. I don't think that movie's good, but I do think that there is something about him that is so just kind of like decent in terms of not who the actual Pat Garrett was, but decent, honorable, and this is all going to end bad that kind of plays through that. I think there are better movies with Pat Garrett. I don't know what it is that Peterson, particularly the younger version of him, that sticks with me. That's it.
Yeah, he's good. Young Guns 2 is kind of terrible, although I'm a closet lover of Young Guns 1, the first one.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming out of the closet on our show.
I'm open on it, by the way. I think the last 25 minutes of it are just fantastic movie making, especially the little narration part at the end where they all shake hands and go their separate ways. But go on.
Well, it pains me to say it's not James Coburn, because that whole movie is a dumpster fire.
It is. Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid. He's talking about Sam
answer.
Peckinpah, by the way. Go ahead.
I would have loved to see, Patrick Wayne as Pat Garrett for like 12 seconds. I would have loved to see Patrick Wayne be Pat Garrett, like full on. Because in reality, he is much older than Billy. Oh my goodness, I'm blanking on the guy's name who kind of looks like Patrick Wayne, who plays him in Chisholm.
Oh God, I can't think of it now. I'm blanking on it too.
He's probably the best movie, like all the way through a film, Pat Garrett. But really, I don't know that any of them actually get him right, which, we could say that long before film, too. Garrett is really
Glenn Corbett.
We've talked about people who benefited from the myth-making machinery. Garrett was the opposite. He really was the big loser.
By the way, Glenn Corbett plays Pat Garrett in Chisholm,
Yes,
of 1970s
Corbett.
film, and
Thank
he is
you.
fantastic. By the way, you're right. He's got a great presence. Yeah, and by the way, this is a really great thing, too, because, myth make the man, cometh the moment, cometh the man. Pat Garrett, and you have to unpack this now. We have to jump into this. Pat Garrett, because of who he kills, I think in many ways gets the luster taken off of him that other people have benefited from. But tell us who lawman Pat Garrett, bartender, lawman, a whole bunch of other stuff Pat Garrett
He made seeing though he's a bartender, would he have made a bushwhacker? A bushwhacker, by the way, for everyone listening, is essentially a Wendy's Frosty with all the booze in it. But
yeah, everybody's excited.
Everybody's looking forward to it. Yeah,
Go on. Pat Garrett, Matthew. You got some time to unpack
All right, so Garrett is interesting because he actually has a decent bit in common with somebody we've already talked about based on his age and where he comes from, and that's Doc Holliday. Garrett is a Southerner. He's from Alabama. He's born in 1850, so he's not quite old enough to serve in the Civil War, but he's absolutely old enough for it to alter the trajectory of his life. He's born into a very wealthy slave-owning family. When he's a child, they buy this huge plantation and move to Louisiana. They own several slaves. So, his young life is pretty pampered. They've got servants. They've got field hands. The Civil War obviously comes along and wrecks that. And like many big planters in the late 1860s, when you take the slaves away, these operations are no longer viable. His father dies roughly $30,000 in debt, which would be millions today. So they have to sell off the plantation, and that is what sends Pat Garrett west. But had the Civil War not come along, he would have just remained part of that planter aristocracy, and he never would have had his run-in with Billy Bonney or any of these other Western figures. So he wanders west, first to Texas. He becomes a buffalo hunter. Then he ends up in New Mexico. He is a lawman. And that is partly how he first starts interacting, not just with Billy the Kid, but with Charlie Bowdry and this whole other, the names that sound familiar from Young Guns actually are many of the names of the regulators, but Pat Garrett's not actually involved in the Lincoln County War. He comes along after, when he's living in Fort Sumner. And this is kind of the weird thing about his relationship with Billy the Kid. They get along fine for quite a while. They're basically neighbors. Billy the Kid is at Pat Garrett's first wedding as a guest. They just kind of exist side by side. It's not until later when Garrett is elected sheriff, just at the moment that the law is finally trying to catch up with Billy the Kid, because we've got to start civilizing the West, including New Mexico. Garrett is sent on this mission, and he is one of the true manhunters of the Old West. When you send Pat Garrett after somebody, he's either going to bring them back or he's going to bring back a body. And that is the case with Billy more than once.
Let me ask you this question too, because we've talked about lawmen in the past on this show who have just simply been sociopaths with guns, and we came really close with Tom Horn to kind of being like, is this a guy who just likes killing, or is this a guy who actually wants to enforce the law? This is a much more complex character, I think, to some degree, right? I mean, do you feel like to some degree this is a guy who actually understands his place in the narrative is to begin to end the West? I know I like that, begin to end, but is that any part of his understanding from what we know about him?
I don't know that it's fair to say he is conscious of the fact that he's part of this process of cleaning up the West and allowing civilization to come in behind it. But I think more so than any of the lawmen, including the Earps that we've talked about before, he is firmly planted on the legal side. He doesn't have a past as a horse thief. He didn't used to be a bandit who's reformed or figured out, hey, I'm really good with this gun. I could make money this way. Garrett is known for honesty. He doesn't really have the run-ins or even in kind of the gray space between law and order. So it's not hard to understand why people want him to be the sheriff, but it does make it ironic that of all the famous lawmen, he is probably the least revered, and he was probably actually the straightest shooter in terms of following and enforcing the law. I mean, you could make a case at various times that Wyatt Earp is an outlaw with a badge on, right? I mean, when Holliday's part of the posse, he's an outlaw with a badge on. A lot of these guys are basically outlaws with badges on at given moments. Garrett never really steps into the dark world, but he kills somebody that we like an awful lot, or at least stories about him. So his legacy really suffers for it.
Well, and that's a piece I want to talk about here on the legacy, because I'm curious, Matthew, if Pat Garrett saw himself as, if you think he saw himself as the hero or the villain of his own story, because, I think legacy and legend don't always match the man. So, what do you think it means when you remembered for one moment, and in this scenario, a big one, which is killing Billy the Kid, remember for that one moment rather than a whole life? And by the way, this is why this segment, Beyond the Bushwhackers, is great, Matthew, that you're able to unpack this man's whole life so that he is remembered for more than that moment. But what must that be like when it's like, I lived this whole life, and that's now what my life is summed up to?
Yeah, well, and he at the time, he's just doing his job. He's captured Billy the Kid once. Other people allowed Billy the Kid to escape, so Garrett's got to go get him again. And this time he's not taking any chances. So as many of your listeners will know the story. They're in Pete Waxwell's house. It's the middle of the night. It's dark. Garrett's in the corner of the room. Billy says, "Q&S, who is it? Who's there?" And, his question is answered with a muzzle flare, and he's shot in the chest, and he's killed. But at the end of the day, Garrett's just doing his job. This isn't the Ford brothers shooting Jesse James in the back of the head. This isn't sort of some of the other assassination-style killings that we've seen. Billy is wanted for murder. He's escaped from jail multiple times. Garrett technically was fully within his legal rights to bring him back. Now, one of the interesting things to think about is if they just don't let him escape, Billy hangs, Garrett doesn't kill him, and he's kind of a minor lawman, but he's not reviled for, basically assassinating a folk hero. Garrett very much viewed himself as the hero of the story. He publishes, his authentic story of killing Billy the Kid. It's also autobiographical about himself. And he really kind of imagined, because he lives into the early 20th century, that he was going to have kind of a Wyatt Earp turn, where because he's one of the last of the old guard Wild West left, and he's published this account, and he's got the receipts, right? He really thought he was going to become this beloved figure, but the memory industry loved Billy more. Billy dies young. Billy's witty. He seems to always kind of be sticking it to the establishment. So a lot of blue-collar people, and especially Hispanos, love Billy. And Garrett shoots him in the dark, again, within his legal rights. But this wasn't the showdown at high noon. It wasn't the fair fight we would have liked to imagine. So his memory really suffers for it, and he is reviled. And then he doesn't die in a particularly dignified way. Garrett, after he stops being a lawman, he deals with irrigation and ditch companies. Then he tries to be a rancher. He basically ends up involved in a land dispute over sheep with some of his neighbors, and one of them basically just rides up. We don't actually know which one. There's a group of conspirators. They just ride up and shoot him in a wagon one day, and people are kind of like, Pat Garrett's dead. And then, 10 minutes later, we're on to the next news. He doesn't move the needle nearly as much as Billy had done or some of these other Western figures. So he kind of vacillates between he's forgotten or he's the guy who ruined Billy the Kid story. He never really gets to be the star of his own story.
I would make another argument, too, because actually I'm obsessed with the Rough Riders, and I know about, there's a whole bunch of other people that kind of percolate their way into that. And he blows it, too, though, because there's a real opportunity that had he kept his nose clean as a presidential appointment, had he understood what was at stake there in regards to his legacy and not kept... It's the problem. A lot of people get to Washington, D.C. and don't realize you're supposed to steal after the appointment is up. And I'm not saying that he was stealing, but he was already making connections and all that kind of stuff. I don't know the full story, and maybe you can help fill this in a little bit here, Matthew. But the problem is, too, is that he's got a real reputational wash because he's got a really good friend in Theodore Roosevelt. A really good friend who sticks by him through some really nasty accusations from critics because of the Billy the Kid stuff. And he just keeps pushing his luck. And finally, Roosevelt has got to reject him. And in rejecting him, his last chance of becoming the kind of lawman at the level of, say, the Earps or even, what's his name out of Deadwood, Seth Bullock. He doesn't get that, and it's because as for a guy who was so obsessed with being the hero and actually being part of that legacy, he doesn't protect his legacy enough at the customs as a customs agent. Is that fair?
Yeah, he really blows it. So for now that we're like probably more in the weeds than most people will be familiar with, Roosevelt has a soft spot for Western figures. Whether it's Joe Shelby being appointed a federal marshal or, somebody like Pat Garrett or Bat Masterson being invited to the White House and basically being given these patron positions. Garrett is appointed a customs collector. He's not particularly good at the job. When Garrett doesn't know what he's doing, he usually just ends up in a fist fight with people. But Roosevelt views him as a friend, and Roosevelt sticks by him through all of this incompetence. And then what sort of spoils it is Roosevelt invites Garrett to a reunion of the Rough Riders, even though Garrett wasn't actually one. And Washington society, which had not approved of the Garrett appointment in the first place, viewed that as Roosevelt sticking it to them, saying, I can do whatever I want. I'll even bring Pat Garrett to the White House for this reunion. Well, unbeknownst to Roosevelt, Garrett brings a guest with him and tells Roosevelt this is a fancy cattle owner. He's like a high-powered rancher, sort of a Chisholm type. So there's a photograph taken of this guy, Roosevelt, and Garrett. And then after the fact, the press learns this guy basically owns a seedy dive bar and brothel. And Roosevelt is livid. And that is what finally forces him to cut ties with Garrett. And then he's basically destitute for the rest of his life after he loses that position. So he really does. He had a real shot with Roosevelt to kind of be on easy street for the rest of his life. And he really does blow it.
Yeah, because as anybody knows the story, and Matthew's got it spot on, is that Roosevelt often would be with you till the last dog died. You had to really kind of blow it with Roosevelt, particularly if there was any kind of mythology or heroism. And there's some real heroism in this story too. I would really suggest people to look it up. I mean, there's some real genuine bravery that runs through Patrick Floyd Jarvis Garrett, by the way. Correct?
Correct.
I mean, he's quite a guy. Do you think, though, that he deserves his own movie? Do you think that he deserves a reclamation project based on where he ends up in regards to his own story? You think there's enough there for a great movie on Pat Garrett?
There's definitely enough there for a movie. It would have to be the right treatment so it didn't just turn into a Billy the Kid movie, sort of moonlighting as a Pat Garrett story. You could do a Tom Horn style biopic, I think. I mean, Garrett's got some really interesting episodes. The first guy that he ends up killing is on accident, and he sobs afterward. He's not this hardened sociopath. The first time he captures Billy the Kid and they're bringing him into Las Vegas, New Mexico, a mob tries to overtake the train car they're in. He's about to hand Billy the Kid a pistol on the train so he can help defend him. That's not a guy who's a coward, right? You've got the most wanted murderer in the country in handcuffs, but your honor code tells you if a mob overtakes this train, I've got to hand him a gun, and Garrett's ready to do it. He doesn't just kind of run out the back and say, well, sorry, take your chances. He's, at least early on in his life, there's a lot of gumption there. He's the real deal. Of all the lawmen we've discussed so far, if you had to send one guy after somebody, you'd probably choose Pat Garrett. I can't think of anybody who's a better legal manhunter.
He's the I got a guy. He's your guy when you got a guy. He's the Pat Garrett. Right? I mean, he's jokingly, but also serious. Okay, we are unfortunately out of time, so you got to tell me, what is Pat Garrett's walkout song, Matthew?
Nothing from Bob Dylan. Sorry, Bob. As much as I love you, it can't be from that movie.
Terrible.
Oh, God, I should have been thinking about this while we were talking.
Something from Limp Bizkit, perhaps. I don't know.
I feel like Jimmy will like this. It will just be Emilio whistling from Young Guns.
Ooh, eerie. I like that.
Song from Young Guns as he fades away.
That's kind of fantastic, by the way. I think actually that you could do a pretty good movie about the train story. I know it doesn't become like a de facto Billy the Kid where you make the kid, where you don't actually, you kind of really downplay the kid and have the whole thing be about that train ride, but also have it be a flashback and flash forward and use the train as kind of the central kind of locus for what was and what becomes. And that becomes kind of an interesting thing. Matthew Holbert, by the way, we never have enough time. We will somehow figure out this format yet. Guys, you can find him at MatthewChristopherHolbert.com, by the way. Beyond the Bushwhackers is what we talk. We actually go beyond just their early beginnings and turn them into the legends and myths of the West. It's always great having you, my friend. And we'll talk at you soon, okay?
Sounds good, man. Have a good one, y'all.
Thank you so much. We got to take a quick break here. Lindsay Lawler is here. Our good friend Marshall Platter is here. We are at the Fastport Studios. They are solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. Fastport.com. We'll be right back. Hi.
Hey, girl, hey.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 888-250-8250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
And we are back on Road Gang Radio.
Wait, what?
Road Gang?
What? Who are you?
You are.
I'm Jimmy Mack, by the way. That's so cool. We went from Foemaster Dre to Madison with a T. I like groovy, man. That's okay.
That's not a woman. It's a man.
It's a man.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Jimmy Mack. I'm Lindsay Lawler. We got all the crew is here. Claire Marie just walked in. Everything's happening. We had a big party last night. So I hadn't met Chef Marty like y'all had, but Chef Marty he'd been on the show last week. He was here. He and his wife, who was the executive chef, her name was Stormy. They were both here, and they presented Dave Nemo and Brad Bentley with a really cool award last night, a presidential award for of excellence, being good humans, doing good things in the world, putting good things out there. And so I got to talk to a bit, and I posted a cool video of it. If you go over to my Instagram, which is It's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, please follow me. I'm a good time most of the time. And the other time I'm a pain in the ass, as Jimmy Mack says. But in that video, you'll see I'm talking to him. He made this cocktail last night called a syllabub. And I got him talking about what it meant. So Chef Marty he's worked for 7 presidents. And I said, how's that possible? He said, well, 2 of them were the Don, and on both ends of things. And I said, oh my gosh, how many NDAs have you had to sign? He's like, you can't even imagine my clearance. And he talked about a box they would carry around, and the light would go off, and he'd have to run a Diet Coke over to people. And I don't think that was on the NDA because we were talking about it last night. But this drink he was making is called a syllabub, and it's white wine, homemade whipped cream. They were putting nutmeg and rosemary in it last night. And traditionally, it's the cream, sugar, lemon zest in the bowl, little electric mixer, and then it also has white wine and sherry. He made it for me. I felt like I couldn't say no when they said, "Would you like one?" I said, "Well, yeah, of course." So George and Martha Washington would make these. They would serve these. This is a colonial drink that dates back to the 1700s, which I just found so cool. I'm like, yeah, well, I have to try that. I only had a few bites, and I say bites because this cocktail is served with a spoon because it's just little white wine in the bottom and then full of whipped cream. So he made one for me and Dave Nemo and my girlfriend Emily, who was here last night too. And we all politely took one bite and said, okay, thank you. Like went and put it down in another room. But how cool that he was making something that was made that George and Martha Washington served. I just felt like we were channeling the spirits through the spirits. It was pretty cool.
I'm kind of glad, by the way, that you kind of like that. That's not my thing, because here's the problem: is that there's a couple of whiskey sour recipes that I actually describe as easy going down, hard standing up. Where there are a couple of drinks, by the way, like Ten talks about chocolate ice cream with screwball peanut butter whiskey blended to consistency of a Frosty is amazing, and I always call those drinks easy going down, hard stand. Oh, I don't even taste the alcohol. What's going on here? This is
Why
terrific.
are you laying in the bathtub, Lindsay?
Exactly. And you watch people drink at the bar all night, and they're polishing them off, and they have no pain, no wince. It all just tastes glorious, and then they try to stand up and let the bodies hit the floor is one of the following kind of moments. It was cool, though, when people were telling me that was a George and Martha Washington. Well, wow, how can he taste anything? He's got no teeth, dude. I mean, it's like...
That's why he needed the whipped cream.
That's why he needed the whipped cream to kind of make it go down easy. That's the absolute truth of the matter. Lindsay Lawler is here. Our good friend Marshall Platter is here. I wanted to give him a chance to talk about some stuff as well. It's nice when people make a trip down to see us, isn't it?
You know what would be really cool? Yes, it is, because a radio show that I worked for growing up, we were on a canal in Las Colinas outside of Dallas, and we had these, but when the show grew, we ended up moving studios and had these big, huge windows so people could come and like watch the show, be a part of it. We could reference them, and that was kind of like the Today Show, but for radio, that kind of vibe.
This is Kid Craddock, right?
Yeah, one was with Kid Craddock, and that was a cool vibe. And so Tara and Nick and I was telling them that in the back room, and I'm like, that's something that'd be really cool that we could grow to do, because people like Marshall Platter, he drove down, he's here listening to the show. He normally listens while he's naked when he gets out of the shower, shaving himself. He's told us that his words, not mine. But now he's in studio. But yeah, that would be a really cool thing for people to come. I mean, we're right on Esplanade. It'd be a cool for people to sit out on this patio and Can we knock a wall down and have big windows here? And they could just, I mean, that sounds terrible. Come watch radio. But you feel like you're a part of the action. If you listen to somebody's voice a lot, people think they know us. We feel like we know them. So come on down. If you come, we'll hand you a pair of headphones.
Yeah, and I wanted to give Marshall a chance to kind of jump into the conversation because we talked to Marshall a lot about fun stuff. He often participates as
And
many
he
of
is
our-
a truck, Marshall Platter is a truck driver for how many years?
51 years.
51 years.
51 years. So I wanted to kind of bring this up because, Marshall, I had heard you talking. You haven't got to get into numbers here. I heard you talking about marketing just the other day and, and recruiting and all that kind of stuff. Can you kind of talk about what it is you do? Because I want to give people a sense of all the different kind of people that listen, watch, and participate on this platform and channel with Lindsay and I. And we love all you guys so much. And I love the diversity. And I mean that. Please don't misunderstand me, guys. I'm talking about genuine diversity, a perspective of what people see and where people go. Tell us a little bit about you folks, by the way.
Well, I don't do recruiting anymore very often, put it that way. I used to do it all the time. It's how Lindsay and I became friends.
It is. And I disagree. You do recruiting by walking around living your best trucker life. You make me want to be a trucker.
I always put it like that, and I put it on my Facebook post a lot. I'll say this. Be an asset, not an ass. When I talk about drivers, they want this, they want that, but they don't want to give themselves up. They don't want to help. So when you're being an asset, you're valuable. When you're being an ass, there's somebody who wants to get rid of you. Hey, what are we going to do with this guy? So that's what I always talk about on my Facebook posts and in my videos, where I do the videos where I talk about, providing a good service, being a good person. But I've always said, and when I was doing recruiting, I used to say there was 3 main questions a driver should ask before he goes to work for a company. First and foremost, do they operate the kind of equipment and haul the kind of freight you want to haul? And do they run the lanes you want to run? Second, and this is the one that usually gets people, is can you afford to work for them? Cents per mile are meaningless if you can't get the miles to turn them into good paychecks. Bonuses that take 5 to 10 years to get, you're never going to see them. Most people aren't going to let. In this industry, if you work somewhere for more than 5 years, you've accomplished something. And then third, and what I've always thought is the most important is, do you have confidence in the people you're going to deal with? Do they have a reputation of doing what they say they're going to do? When they make promises to you, do they follow through? So those are the 3 main questions I always, and you can always, when I was actually recruiting, trying to get people in the booth and get them to fill out an app, I'd go back to the 3 points and break them down, what we run, what we haul, what we do, so on and so forth. Here's how our pay structures work, and here's how our bonus structures work, and here's the history of the company. Been in business for 55 years, the same ownership, so on and so forth. So that's what and a lot of guys, all they do is they either read the trucking books or they hear the ads on the radio, and boy, that sounds like, or they see their fancy trucks going down the road, and they don't ask those questions, then they get there and they're not satisfied.
You know what's cool about this, having those 3 points? I'm gonna relate this to dating, by the way, and you'll get what I'm gonna say in a minute.
I get it already.
Yeah. So back to Kid Craddock, actually, when I worked for him, I was young, I was in my early 20s, and what he encouraged me to, I was dating just dum-dums in and out, and he said, here's what I want you to do. I want you to make a list of everything you would want in a partner, in someone you're going to date. This can relate to a company. Write everything down. He's like, I mean down to the little, like, I want him to have brown eyes or, whatever. Get really specific. I want him to be loyal. I want him to be from South Carolina. I don't know. He's like, just put everything. Throw it on. So I put like 100 things. He goes, and then start crossing things out that you could live without. Not settling, but like just cross everything out. He's like, and get down to the 3 things that are your deal breakers.
Yep.
That is like,
Absolutely.
if you don't have these 3 things, and I carried that with me. I had 3, traits that I looked for when people. And so it's the same thing what you're saying here. If it's going to be a company that you don't want to bop around when you get somewhere. If you're really wanting this to be a career, not just a job, and then to get to the next hurdle. Put everything down you would want to get out of your job. What do you as a truck driver want from your trucking company for them to provide for you so that you can give back to them what you want? Put everything down and then get down to the 3 that matter. And you just gave the 3 that matter
That's the
most
3.
to you.
It's actually a 3-point sales pitch I learned when I was selling cars, but
It's all right. It works.
It works, And the other thing I always talk about too is you got to find that satisfaction. You don't want to get into a job to where you hate everything you're doing and you don't get home when you want to get home, or you don't do this, or you just run it in a part of the country you don't want to run in all the time. So do a little research before you jump into the pool. Know that it's full of water and not concrete, and then get into it and make something happen there. I always tell drivers too, is I'll go through the classrooms or the orientation class once in a while, and I have two things I usually tell them. I give them the chicken haulers rules, because I used to haul chickens, not the little birds, but I used to haul the chickens. And the thing of it is chicken haulers actually have 3 rules, and only 3 rules. First rule is, when in doubt, gas on the bitch. Second rule is, never cross a scale you don't have to. And the third rule is, see rule number 1. So that's it. That's what it's. And the other thing I always point out to them is, if you want to get along and you want to do well here, just do what you say you're going to do. A dispatcher wants nothing else from you. They're not going to try and give you mission impossible, but they want you to do. If you say you're going to do something, you're going to be there at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And suddenly at 9.
The one question you can ask a reference, by the way, Lindsay, there's a lot of things you can't ask a reference. You can't ask a previous employer. What you can say was, did they show up on time? It's a factual statement. You see what I'm saying? There's no subjective.
There's no opinion.
There's
in that,
no
yeah.
subjective in that. Did they regularly show up on time? Were they punctual? Yes.
You can't say, did they do what they said they were going to do?
You can't do that. You can't do that, because that gets into all kinds of subject. Did they show up at the time that was agreed upon? Yes, you can do that. And the other magic question is, if they came back to you, would you hire them again?
You can ask that.
You can. It's a factual statement.
I was asked that about a recent employee of ours, actually.
Yeah, and it's a factual statement. And
That's hard to, for me, that's hard to answer sometimes, because it's like, would I hire them again in general, or would I hire them again for this specific job?
Well, you have to be really careful at this point. You have to say, we have nothing available right now, nor do I think we will in the future. You can also say stuff like that.
Well, that's a no.
Well, but you see what I'm saying? That's
always got that lawyer in the background.
Yeah, you always have to have that lawyer in the background, by the way. And that's
so you're
really,
saying there's not a chance.
Let me tell you something about this job that you and I do. I want to make this really clear here, because there have been a lot of truck drivers over the years who have aspired to say, I want to do what you do. And I'm like, that's great. The thing I tell them is this: at some point, this job feels powerful. At some point, you're going to feel very powerful. The trick to this job, along with showing up on time and doing what you're supposed to do, the trick to this job is, at some point, you've got to have what many truck drivers who are successful have, a certain level of, I don't know, but I can't wait to find out, and more importantly, a big dose of humility. Because Dave was talking about it the other day about somebody he brought on that was a truck driver, who he had on the air, who let it go to their head. And this job, I'm telling you right now, Marshall, can go to people's heads. And I think it happens in truck driving too, where you think you know everything, and at some point, when you think that, is when things get really dangerous, either from an emotional standpoint or a genuine 80,000-pound dragon standpoint. We have to go to the phones. A friend of yours is calling. A friend of mine is calling. Mr. Tenring is on the scene. Good to have you, sir. Welcome aboard, you frosty whiskey guy.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, your volume, all the volumes are real low. It's real hard to hear you guys.
All right, so I'm just going to give a big shout out to our friends in the back. The volumes are real low. Our friends out there cannot hear us.
Pump it up, pump it up. Truck up, and get down. Thank you for letting us know, Tin Ring. Also, congratulations. We cannot wait to hear how your event went yesterday. I'm sorry it coincided with ours, so we could not be there. But how was your naming ceremony event? We are talking to an actual citizen driver here from the TA Petro Travel Centers of America program. How did the event go? Tell the people about it and where you were.
It went good. It was in Rollins, at the TA in Rollins. TA always goes out when they do things like that. I've been to a few others. And it's it's always fun to go there and watch them and be there, but humbling when you're the one that they're doing it for. It's very humbling. I was a big blubber baby, just like you would think.
Yes. Not a shock.
I put it. Yeah, not a shock. You know me better than that. You know, I put a live video on my Facebook if you want to go watch it. The sound is kind of screwy. My microphones didn't work for some stupid reason. I tested them out the night before and they worked fine, but you can still hear it. But yeah, there was, you know, the district manager, the Northwest operations manager showed up for TA Petro, and there was quite a few people there from TA Petro, and Steen Grublin, who has the Laramie store, he was there. And you know, it was good. The lunch was pork chops and chicken. And,
yeah, buddy.
You know, so I mean, it was all good. It was great. And then to cap everything off, you know, as if this wasn't something that I'd never done before, I get a phone call while I'm sitting down there, and it's, you know, because I was temporary on the Cheyenne Walmart fleet to make sure I could get out there. And they wanted me to take my empty reefer trailer to the state penitentiary next door because they were having problems with their cooler. So after the ceremony, I went right next door. I had to go through the prison, go through the gate, get searched and everything, and go through the gate and drop my trailer in the prison and come out.
Back to work. Here's your award.
Yeah.
Now go to jail. Back to work.
Right.
Back to work. That's quite the juxtaposition, though. It's like getting this one of the biggest honors of your life, and then that pretty much sums up trucking. It's like, here, yeah, you did good. Okay, back to work, or everything breaks down. You gotta keep going. So that's actually a really funny thing that happened. And let's just make it clear. I say all the time, I think this program that Travel Centers of America does with the Citizen Driver program is the best image program in trucking, I believe, at least that I know of so far. Just what they do and this naming ceremony itself. So a driver gets to pick a truck stop to be named after them. So that is forever. The Craig Daniels, is it a TA or a Petro?
TA.
It's a TA. Thank you. It's a Craig Daniels TA in Rollins, and that's what a neat deal. You get to invite. You have your family, your friends out. A lot of times they'll have the mayor or elected officials in the area. The media comes out. You get to pick what you want to eat. I mean, it's just a cool.
You get
day.
something. There's so many things where you get hardly anything. They're like, oh, it's a big award. It's a major award. Here's a piece of paper. You get something.
Yeah.
You get something real,
Forever.
tangible, and forever. It is
Right.
a big, big deal, and we think it is a well-deserved big deal, my friend. So much congratulations.
And like I said before, you know, it's surreal in that it's going to be named that, and I'm not dead. You know, I mean, that's just one of those things that is just, that's hitting more than anything else, and I'm glad all the fluff and stuff is over with now, and I can get back to, you know, doing my normal thing, you know, but yeah, it is so cool, and you know, Candy called me yesterday morning, said she was in Minneapolis and she wasn't going to be able to, or Minnesota, and she wasn't going to be able to make it. You know, so I mean, it's just, you know, I got a few calls Wednesday morning, about a half a dozen calls from friends that, you know, said that they were sorry they couldn't make it, and I think that was probably more meaningful and better than if they were actually there. You know, that they actually made that effort to call me and tell me that they weren't going to be there.
It does make a difference. It makes such a difference, by the way. And look, let's go through it again. It is so well deserved because this isn't just an emblematic of you being a great driver. This is emblematic of you being a great citizen for reals, being involved in your community, being a leader that people look to in your community, people liking you, not just on the road and how you handle your affairs on the road, but liking you as a person, respecting you as a person, and looking to you for guidance and leadership. It is so well deserved, my friend. We love you. And by the way, truly, Merry Christmas.
And have a Merry Christmas to everybody. Thank you.
Get out of here,
Thank
you old
Dave.
building and loan.
Oh, thank you, man, so much. Always.
And
good.
thank you to Dave. Sorry, we didn't want to cut that off. Thank you to Dave.
No, thank you.
This is the house that Nemo built.
The house that Nemo built. By the way, Ten Ring says to give your address to me at some point. You can always call, and he's going to send you a lamp leg to make it officially a major award. By the way, our good friend Madison on her arm has a tattoo of the major award from A Christmas Story. That's kind of a righteous and positive thing. And Steve over there says, never stop learning. Here's a term that Claire and I know, a whopping soccer of a party last night. That's Jerry Bowers.
Whopping soccer.
Whopping soccer, by the way, of a party last night.
You know what I didn't get to do at the party last night?
What's that?
Eat.
Don't get me started on that. I actually had the smallest bowl of that gumbo.
I didn't eat. I didn't put one bite of food in my mouth, which is why right now, this is what I'd like to talk to you now.
Mm-hmm.
What can we have for lunch? I want like either a really good New Orleans. Where's the best sandwich or burger? Turkey and the Wolf. It comes to mind for me. But
Parkway Tavern is where I would go.
I went to Parkway Tavern yesterday with the Bennett gang. Excellent.
I know. And basically, Bill asked me point blank from our friends at Bennett Poly, like, are you getting kickbacks at Parkway? I went, I wish I was, because if I was, I'd be making a lot of money. It's one of my go-to recommendations. Mandina's, by the way, I don't know, if you haven't been there yet.
No.
Mandina's is one of my favorite lunch spots in the city. Their shrimp po' boy rivals the shrimp po' boy at Parkway Tavern. My sister and I and my brother have an argument. One says Parkway Tavern, one says the Old College Inn, and one says Mandina's has the best shrimp po' boy in town. Even Tara, I thought that Tara didn't like her sandwich, and then I realized she'd eaten all the shrimp out the inside of it. It was the bread that was too much. I have a great bread joke, by the way. This is pretty funny. Don't fill up on bread. That's how they get you. That's how they get you, coward. I will bankrupt this Olive Garden. That's my feelings on bread sometimes, to be honest with you. 615-292-6366. You can jump in with a really quick phone call.
615-292-NEMO.
We got a great guest coming up here in the next half hour, do we not?
We do. Joining us next is a musical guest who I'm very excited about. Great music. Her new record is coming out soon. We got the link to listen to it ahead of time. Her name is Hillary Reynolds. She's an indie folk artist. The single is out now, which is wonderful. I was listening to it again on the way over here today. She's a neat artist. She's a newer mom. She talks. She's
darn
certainly going to want to
songwriting.
bring her. Yeah, I'm going to want to bring her back for We Should Write sometime to dive deeper. Because she's talks openly about being a new mom, struggling with postpartum, all those things. So she put it into song. Her new single really talks about basically to her husband, I'm not listening to you. I can't. There's too much going on. I overanalyze everything you say. I'm not listening to you. And I'm just going to send it over to my husband just to make him understand my life. I'm not listening to you. What's interesting, though, is the idea, Jim, it's gonna get interesting, not tricky, but we'll see when we have an artist on this show that then also is on We Should Write, how we kind of separate the two, because tomorrow on our show is Tim Howells from the Plain White Tees. Hey there, Delilah. And he is going to be my guest on We Should Write next week, actually live from Austin where he lives. So we need to tailor it so that I don't have, we can dive in and then go deeper next week. But that'll be a neat way to introduce our audience on this show to Tim and then come back and go deeper with him because he's in the Plain White Tees, but he has solo music and a new record coming out.
There is a really great routine from Flip Wilson about the Church of What's Happening Now. And I think this particular show is a great opportunity to talk about what's happening now with people. Like, had Fred LeBlanc been on our show, it'd have been like, what's next? And I
Right.
think we should write is about, let's talk about what writing means to you, that we don't dig too far in that direction. That's an easy one, too, because people can talk about, what's going on in their career now, where they're headed, what they've got cooking, as opposed to the journey of writing to kind of make them the
Yeah.
artist that they were today. I actually think it's a great way to kind of set that up, because people will then listen and go, oh, that was a nice 15, 20 minutes with that fella, that band, those guys, those gals. I want to go deeper. I can't wait to figure out what that really means. I also want to point out our next guest has written songs that have been recorded by others that have been played on some pretty darn popular shows as well.
Yeah.
And that's kind of an exciting thing that I hope you will get a chance to dig into, about hearing your own work done by somebody else to great acclaim is always a great conversation to have as well. This is hashtag RGR. This is Road Gang Radio. Our friends over at Shady Rays give you lost and broken protection custom programs, really great customer service. And by the way, they've got your back at shadyrays.com. Madison, cross that T, dot that I. Take us into the break. We'll be right back with our next guest, Hillary Reynolds. The first album, well, it's 5 years in the making, as a matter of fact. A transformation.
Overnight success.
In 5 years.
In 5 years.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to the conversation that drives America. This is Road Gang Radio. Back to you, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay.
Hey girl, hey, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. My husband says I gotta stop saying hey girl, hey, that it's offensive to men. I don't care. It's in my soul.
Offensive?
I don't know.
What's up, fellas? I'll do. I'll
there.
just add that. What's up,
Hashtag
fellas?
balance me up.
Yeah, what's up,
Hey
fellas?
girl, hey.
What's up, fellas?
Done. All right, there. You're welcome, Seamus. Did that help? He's listening. He's digging a ditch out behind our house right now.
She pulled out the legal name. She pulled out the legal.
Oh no, my husband's name is Seamus.
Oh, right.
Isn't this weird?
I thought she was calling
Strange
Jimmy
days
Mack
indeed.
Seamus.
No, don't call me that on the air. Please don't call me that on the air.
So
Please don't. Then you start calling me
Mr.
Mr.
Mac?
Mr. Mac.
Mr. Mac?
I hate that too.
Mr. Mac?
Mr. Mac. Mr. Mac.
Unless it's followed by and cheese, I don't like it.
Which, by the way, the lady who did the catering yesterday, you could actually call her Pam MacFalter, although it would be my actual middle name as opposed to the shortened version of my middle name. We will
Don't
leave
fault her for anything. She made great
nicely
food.
done,
So I'm told. I didn't eat any of it, but
Everybody else
she
did.
was a lovely human, though.
Everybody else did, by the way. That was really funny. She sent me a message at the end. She said, "Look, I'm not asking for any more money for myself because, after all, I'm happy to do anything for you." She said, "We didn't think we'd be serving the food yesterday. They weren't supposed to serve it. They were supposed to drop it off,
Oh.
get it set up, and leave." And ended up realizing that there were some other issues that were actually played through.
Whoops.
And no problem sticking around. But my first cousin, once removed, Jack, her grandson was there, and he jumped in and did the serving.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
And
you have so many family members.
What was great
in
though,
the city.
she wrote me and she said, "Would you mind?" I said, "I've already got the envelope with his cash in it. Don't worry." They just left too early. I had a cash envelope for Jack that I went and picked up because I was like, noticing like, why is he doing this? I'm like, well, got to pay him too. That's okay.
That's what you do. You get what you pay for.
And by the way, I got what I paid for. I better pay for it because I got what I paid for without paying for it. It was pretty spectacular. I mean, he was so personable, and it's really funny because Chef Desi turned to me and said, "Isn't it nice having family run things for you?" I said, "Especially when they don't expect to."
Yeah, and they're just thrown to the wolves.
And of that, you and your mom your mom and dad can totally relate. I need your help. For how long? 4 hours. Go take this cocktail.
Here we go. Okay, so joining us next, and I'm excited to tell our next guest about We Should Write, the concept, the show that we launched yesterday, because we dive into the healing power of songwriting. And that, I did see a comment pop up. I saw it pop up on I wasn't sure if it's Instagram or Facebook, and it disappeared kind of quickly. So I'm unless somebody else saw it, I'm guessing this driver posted it and then thought better and took it down. But I think the gist of it was, what I did see he post, he said, "Wow, I knew RadioNemo was expanding, but I didn't realize you were expanding like you could tell it had a negative connotation in it." And I say, nay, sir, because here's the deal. Yes, we talk to the vast majority of our audiences are over the truck drivers, but truck drivers are humans too. And I believe who needs more who should be more seen in the world than these people that spend so much of their time alone. They have so much time with their thoughts. They see so much out on the road. These are songwriters, whether they put it to music or not. They could be poets, the things they see. And all a truck driver has to do is write down exactly what his day looked like, and you got a country song. I mean, that's just the honest truth. So we'll talk to some of Hillary Reynolds about that, who we're bringing on next. So, y'all, we're thrilled to welcome indie folk gem, and I'm going to say that again, gem, because she really is Hillary Reynolds. She's a storyteller, y'all. She's what I like to call, Jim, a conversational singer, while also she has this very beautifully haunting voice, which I mean as very high praise. She's penned tunes that have landed on Yellowstone and Loudermilk, which is a really funny show. She's co-written for Little Big Town and Danny Rose. Her voice has quietly really found its way into hearts and homes around the country, guys. But now, 5 years in the making, she's back with her own debut solo album, which is so exciting. I would be hugging her if she was here. It's called Changing Seasons. It's a personal exploration of becoming a first-time mom, of navigating postpartum life, and finding her artistic voice again. I'm so glad she did. Trust me, you will want to listen to this wonderful human's music. Hillary Reynolds, welcome to the show. Good morning, friend.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for having me.
Well, we're so glad you're here. Hillary, where are you based?
Well, that's a funny question. In the summertime, I'm a Wisconsin Midwest girl.
Okay.
Where the cheese curds are flowing and the spotted cow is plentiful.
Take me there.
And yes, exactly. Let's go. And in the wintertime, I'm in LA. My family and I are in LA. So we kind of split our time between LA and Wisconsin.
Okay. Well, that's a nice way to do it. So meet my co-host here, Jimmy Mack, who lives in Southern California. We are currently both together in New Orleans, where our main studio is, but he knows of and I used to live in LA as well. So we're all here. We're all having a good time, Jimmy Mack.
Everybody's having a good time, Lindsay. Okay. I did want to ask you, where in LA do you live? Because people don't understand LA.
Like, what's your address?
Yeah, exactly. Tell the people where they can find you. But, and this is important, too, because anybody that's ever grown up in the city of New York or grown up in Chicago or Los Angeles understands this. And a lot of our friends don't. People grow up in rural communities and they hear LA and it's like they have a certain image of the city. LA is actually about 7 or 8 cities, to be honest with you, with some areas that are part of the county that aren't officially Los Angeles, but they are part of LA County that are very different cultures. I've always said that LA has a culture for everyone. What is the world of LA that you exist in is what I wanted to kind of ask you.
I'm in the Valley. I'm a Valley girl when I'm in LA.
Love it.
And it's specifically, Valley Village, NoHo area. That's kind of my domain. And I think you're exactly right. I think there's a little something for everyone in LA. They just don't know it. And really, it's such an eclectic city, and you could find yourself in, on the west side, which is a totally different energy, or just in a sleepy part of, Playa del Rey. That's like a very sleepy kind of retirement, kind of beachy town feel. And then you can be in downtown, or you could be in Culver. It's really cool. I think after being there for 7 to 8 years, you kind of just learn where you feel like your people are. And, for me, that's a lot of studio work, or whoever my peers are. I just, built that community, and then you don't really have to get in your car for over an hour, every day. You can just sort of live in your borough.
And y'all, right, there is a stigma on people. You hear LA and you think Hollywood and Paris Hilton and people that are vegan and don't understand me or whatever. I don't know, making stuff up. But like it is, totally. I lived there for almost 8 years. I've been in Nashville now for 18 years. And so when I went back to LA last year for work, I re-fell in love with it. I'm really good, Hillary, at like shutting things off and being like, okay, that's done. Look away, close the door. And then went back again. Yeah. And there's a new energy now that I don't live there anymore that I really miss. And I was thinking about this yesterday. I can't describe the energy that I get. I can't really put my finger on why I'm so drawn to it, but it's a feeling of things are happening and anything is possible. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yes. Totally. I think it is different. I host a house show in my backyard, maybe once every other month, and it's really incredible because my friends who host it are writers and comedians, and they sort of
I bet that's
find the comedy aspect of the talent. I'm in charge of the music. There's poetry and there's burlesque, and it's really cool to see everyone who's, really gunning for it, right? Like hustling for it hard and have their 5 minutes totally locked in. And you get to be a part of, just a cast in one night, and everybody kind of comes together. And it's just really, I think it's inspiring and rejuvenating. And it's just, I'm in awe of how much talent is there.
That is cool.
Just on any given day.
I am going to share with you something about what happened around here last night at our Fastport Studios in New Orleans. We're at the historic Degas House, by the way. I'm not just promoting us here. I want to get to a great
Hillary,
question.
Thanks for coming on our show. Yeah. We want to talk about us.
Okay. And by the way, if you guys if you're just joining us, by the way, she's an indie folk artist, by the way, and I love the fact that indie folk artist continues to this day, because anybody that has house concerts, house stand-ups, house parties, all of that kind of groovy stuff really fits into this. There are a number of big thinkers right now, including some very wealthy individuals, who feel like what you're doing right there is part of the future of where we're going. As platforms get bigger, as more information gets out there for this sort of mass minute consumption, as I call it, these quick bites all over the place, that human beings are kind of gathering together in real life, that there's a real deep hunger for that. The same as a truck driver sitting around a diner table. It's a constant complaint of these men and women. They want a moment where they have a little space that they carve out for themselves and get to be them and share who they are in these kind of spaces. And we got a chance to do that last night. Had it not been for a storm, the band would have gotten through more than 3 songs. They did a terrific job. But there really is something about that with what you're kind of doing over there. And a lot of your song lyrics really play to this, is that we look at the very small, these kind of grace note, small moments, these little islands of sanity in this noise that surrounds us. And we try to create worlds that at least with about, maybe 50 people, maybe 100 people, something real happens. And that's what it feels like both the process of songwriting and planning events like that are. Can you kind of talk about that a little bit, if I made any sense whatsoever?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think what's really interesting and powerful about these experiences is that it's drawing a bunch of folks that never would know each other otherwise into the same space, and everybody's having a shared experience and maybe being turned on to somebody new that they never would have discovered otherwise, because everything is a soundbite and everything is vying for your attention all the time. And so when you are in a state of presence, you're being present and you're really tuning in to the person who is breathing in front of you and sharing their story. I think our senses are activated in ways that haven't been activated through a screen, right?
Yeah.
And so I think it's a very powerful way to, it's kind of a grassroots way, and it's a slower burn, but I think it's a more meaningful way of building community and connecting. And I think LA can be a really isolating place if you don't know good people. So that's also the other aspect of putting these concerts, these opportunities together, is just to get good people together.
And is that something people can watch online, or is that an in-person thing only?
It's an in-person thing only, unfortunately. But yeah, it's something that's just been really fostered out of the need and the desire. I grew up in my hometown of Appleton, Wisconsin, and
shout out.
Yeah, people get together. People know how to throw down, have a good time, and people really, lean on each other in the community and know each other. And I just landed in LA and was just sort of like, I think I could foster some of that. And there are a lot of transplants of, Midwestern souls in Southern California. So it kind of just has become its own little thing, and it's great.
So let's talk about, because Changing Seasons, it's been in the making for a long time, and there's so much, Hillary, I talk on this show, as well as a new show of mine that launched yesterday called We Should Write, which is about the healing power of writing. So please say that you will come back and be on that show sometime where we can dive deep.
Oh my gosh, I'd love to.
Okay, good.
I want to hear about more of that. I'm intrigued. Yeah.
I will we'll definitely dive deep. So I will reach out to have you on that. But, I talk a lot about how on this show, how people passively consume art. They don't, whether that's a movie or a painting or an album, that they listen on the background. Now, music is meditative for sure, especially when driving or whatever, puts you in that state. Mm-hmm. But not even just the production people don't think about, which is a whole thing. And then the songwriting process you don't think of. But then also, Hillary, the life that had to be lived in order to write those songs, which you know so well. So what I'm really curious about on this album, because you talk about this is, your journey through motherhood. I have a 6-year-old. I did not birth her. I adopted her, but I had a different kind of form of postpartum, I guess you'll say. It was a different kind of thing. But you started, correct me if I'm wrong, you started writing it. Then COVID hits, you have a child, that's all this time to get it out there, but you've gone through multiple seasons from the birth to from the conception to the birth of this album. So I guess my question and all that, what I want to figure out from you is if you can talk about how, when you put a record out into the world 5 years later, you're a whole new person that when it started. Do you feel that? Do you feel that you've come through so much? And does this show you 5 years ago? Or are you already ready for the next album? That's a lot to unpack, but good luck.
It's a ton. Yeah, thank you. Bon voyage. I think that it's surreal. It feels really surreal, I'll say. I'm going to be performing the album straight through next weekend at a festival called Mile of Music, and it's a really unique festival where it's like you can only play original music, no covers. Nice. And so it's wonderful, and people really turn out for that. And so I guess I'm a little nervous just because I haven't had these songs I've had them in my pocket for so long, but to actually play them in front of hundreds of people will be just like a new experience, and it'll be kind of like ripping off the biggest Band-Aid ever. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think I sang a few of them from a different place now. I think that honestly, it sounds strange to say, but giving birth deepened my voice. So
I don't think that's
I
strange
feel like
at
I
all.
sing from a different, I just feel like things are different. And so I'm excited. I'm, if anything, just really excited to see, how these songs land, because unfortunately, because of the pandemic,
Yeah.
as a writer, you're out and you're testing out material. You're kind of like, you're going about seeing what lands with people, what catches a spark. And that kind of can be an indication of what feels special, not only to you, but important to record for others. And this was sort of like a big Hail Mary of like all the songs that really were too personal for me to give away to anybody else. And, sort of started from a string of 30 songs whittled down to 8, because I really was intentional about the feeling of the album being soft and for the morning and just light and wonderful. And I, not all the songs that I began tracking were able to fit in that box. And so I had to make some harder decisions, but I think ultimately I ended up with, an album that I stand by and something that I just hope people find a little bit of peace or, just a little bit of softness in.
I love the idea. Lindsay and I both, when you said for the morning, actually just lip synced it to each other. We both went for the morning. That's a daring strategy, and I mean that in a positive way, because often people, when they have an album that is a long time in the making and you have a backlog of 30 songs, we all can't beat George Harrison and be like, I get to release a triple album at this point. But what is cool about this is you're making a very different decision, because a lot of people, when they release an album after a long time coming, they try to give you what I call the variety show. Here's my rocker, and here's my soft one, and here's my ballad. This is a really conscious decision to say, nope, there's something that I want to communicate over the landscape of these particular songs. There is a feeling, and it goes back to album as opposed to single. I really want to communicate a totality here. Was that always the design, or did you kind of, as you move through this selection of songs, realize, you know what, there's something I want to do here, and I'm going to start gravitating towards these particular pieces of music? By the way, we could talk about what the album achieves, but that's a very courageous decision, and I don't mean that like, boy, that's a bold move, Cotton. I actually mean that is a genuinely courageous decision. Can you talk a little bit about the process of getting to that point? Because there have been a lot of choices to make very deliberately over the time that you've been putting this together.
Yeah, I think that it's absolutely emerged. It's been something that's emerged from, looking at the bigger picture and going, what do I really want to say? And I think there's a lot of, I have to be very careful with my words now, but.
No, this is a safe space. Say something very, very inappropriate.
I guess, what happened was, I think I just started noticing that there's some really beautiful, delicate instruments, and, the musicians who played those instruments, I think, were really masterful at capturing certain vibes. And so I all of a sudden sort of started putting all of this together and realizing really what I enjoyed the most listening down was just how I felt like most of the songs lowered my blood pressure. And I kind of realized that even with my son and on a daily basis, if I need something in the morning, I'm throwing on morning classical playlists. I'm not throwing on like Elton John, Benny and the Jets. I want to just kind of ease into the day instead of like, all right, let's go.
Do this Friday.
There is a time and a place, and I am fully on board for that. Like, for sure, that side of me exists. But I think just in terms of what I thought I could offer in a space where, maybe there is space for that kind of an album. And so I didn't want to just add to noise. I wanted to do something a little more intentional.
You've said some things that are really important here. First of all, you just said what I thought I could offer, which I think is is very important, because it means this is intentional, what you're putting out there, and you're aware of your responsibility as an artist. Like when you put something out, it's not that you're like, you want to tiptoe around anybody, but it's like what I put out into the world can make a difference, and I want it to. And that's when we come here, when we find something that we do well that brings us joy, and then that plus, it's able to offer someone else joy, that's the secret sauce of why we're here on this earth, and you found it with that. And so I think it's really interesting that you're saying that, to Jim's point, that it's a bold move that I'm going to put out, and if you'll but hey, if somebody listens to it every morning, well, that's pretty cool. But you're right, like setting the scene, setting you up for success. Sometimes I put on dance party music. I have a 6-year-old with my daughter in the morning when we're in the kitchen. But I do notice, Hillary, that she's a different person when I put that on versus, like you said, the classical or the jazz in the morning. She goes out. And so now I have a responsibility to her as well. So I love that you're packing that. So that's very cool. Okay, what I want to go back to as well.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. So good.
I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
I was going to say, I love that you have dance parties.
Oh, yeah.
That's so wonderful. Yeah.
Well, we'll have one together sometime soon. But I want to go back, because you did mention a couple minutes ago as well, the idea of picking the songs, which are for me and which are for somebody else, which is hard because you're a songwriter. Other people cut your music as well. Little Big Town, as we've mentioned, several other people have cut your songs, which keeps the lights on.
Got it from my mama. Those lyrics are terrific in their simplicity without ever being maudlin. So well done on that, by the way. Just wanted to let you know.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. That was we wrote it for our moms. So, yep.
Shout out to the moms. We do have a lot of female truck drivers who listen as well, Hillary, so this can be for them.
Hell yeah.
But the difference that has got to be hard. Can you unpack that for our listeners so that they understand? When you're a songwriter but also an artist, and you write something, you're like, oh my God, this is so good, and I know that I would sing it well, I really want to, but also, wow, this person, Little Big Town, they're going to cut it. They might be able to win a Grammy. I've got to let it go, or whatever it may be. That's got to be a massive internal struggle, I would think.
It is and it isn't.
Okay.
Because I think with a song, I think it just depends on the premise. I think a lot of sessions that I've gone into, I know from the get-go I'm not writing for myself. So
you feel that? Like you get like an actual conscious feeling? Okay.
Yes, it's because most of the time, I would say, as a writer, I'm known for writing in tandem with a couple of other writers for an artist, or I'm writing with a film composer for some spot on a Lifetime film or something. So it's very much not precious from the get-go.
Boy, that is crucial, isn't it?
More,
isn't that crucial?
Yeah.
And nothing actually, it makes you have more fun and be more creative than being told, hey, guess what, pal? Move on. Let it go. Because if you're going to start counting angels on the heads of needles, you're going to have a real problem moving forward, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that was what was it was just a clear line in the sand with most of these songs where I had either written them by myself or I had written them with a friend, and I knew when I was writing for myself versus other situations. The intention is totally different walking in the door, and I think with Little Big Town, we were just me and my friends were getting together and we were writing a brief, and initially it was going to be a Peridot, a duo song that I have, a duo project that I have called Peridot, but it was supposed to be a song for us that was just for sync. And we got,
sync, by the way, means TV and film placement for those listening.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. It was supposed to just be for that, but I was not feeling precious because there was a brief. It was here, you need to do this.
Like an assignment.
This. Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. It was here's the sandbox. And with the songs that are on this album, it was really personal. And so, nobody was telling me what to do. Nobody was telling me what shapes to make. And so I felt immediately like it was a personal sort of mission to get these songs together.
And here's
and
what's
exist on their own.
Here's what's cool, that it was so personal to you, and therefore the more, I talked yesterday with Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth about this, the more personal, the more specific you get, oddly enough, the wider the audience you reach when you know, and it's kind of a backwards thing. But let me tell, so Hillary, a lot of our listeners, over the road truck drivers, and you describe this new album, which by the way, comes out August 8th. You can get a single that is available now. Just search Hillary, we will post her link, but search Hillary Reynolds for it. You describe the album as a companion to listeners. So that is the most beautiful thing for our truck driving audience, to have a companion on the road. Is there a song from the album that might stand out that you would think would be a good companion for our truck drivers on the road? Outside of, by the way, the whole album, download it, don't just stream it. But is there a song that stands out that might speak to the truck driving community in your head?
Ooh, I really do think "Can't Turn Off My Mind" is a good one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree.
Because I really do think that there's just like, when you spend so much time alone, I think it can be hard to have a conversation with somebody. You know, you kind of have to like warm up your voice and remember that you're a human if you've gone like 8 hours without speaking to a soul. So I think that one would be a good song. I think the other one, just sort of like a little bit of brightness, would be "No One Knows I'm Here."
I say that every day I come to work.
Not a single truck driver can relate to that whatsoever, in any way whatsoever. Hillary, we're out of time. We got to let you go. We're out of time. You have to come back and do "We Should Write" with Lindsay.
Will you do that?
I so will. Yeah, absolutely, y'all. Thanks.
Oh my gosh, Hillary Reynolds, please check her out, y'all. You can get the single is out now. The full album will be out August 8th. You're coming back for "We Should Write," so I will reach out because I can talk to you for 9 more hours, so we will do that.
I know. I feel the same. Thank you for having me.
Tell people the best place to find you online. Easiest place where you're honestly the most present.
The easiest. I'm most present on Instagram. It's reynolds.hillary. That is me. And that is me.
And that is her.
And that is me.
Instagram.com/reynolds.hillary. Hillary, I will talk to you soon. Thank you for making time.
Talk to you soon, you guys. Bye.
Dixon Center's coming up next, by the way, guys. Hold on tight. Lots of great stuff headed your way. We're going to be breaking it all down. It's Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo.com, on Odyssey, iHeart, Facebook, YouTube. Get in on the chat. Get into the conversation. We got some friends we want to introduce you to. It's the most noble purpose of all they're talking about. That's part of their mission.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering. Remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in-shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're riding Shotgun with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler right here in New Orleans.
Here we go. I am very excited to dive into this conversation. It's neat that we go from musical artists writing songs for Little Big Town to talking about and that is stuff that matters. What, her being Hillary Reynolds being vulnerable and talking, putting herself out in the world. But then we're also talking about things that matter in trucking and in veteran issues. And our good friend Brad Bentley of Fastport has brought us two wonderful guest next to dive into with just that. Two powerhouses, right, by the way, doing real boots on the ground work for our nation's veterans. We have Colonel Sam Whitehurst, retired, Sam Whitehurst, and Wendy Lang from the Dixon Center for Military and Veterans Services. The Dixon Center, it isn't just about support, y'all. It's about action, which is very important. We'll talk about today. They're breaking down barriers for veterans and their families by connecting them with meaningful education, employment, and well-being opportunities. Stress, well-being opportunities, y'all. Colonel Whitehurst brings nearly 3 decades of leadership in the Army, including brigade command and directing the Army's Soldier for Life program. And Wendy Lang, she's basically, I'm going to call you the policy whisperer. Does that track?
That does track.
Okay, good. She's worked with everyone from governors to the Bush Institute to really make change in how we serve veterans and higher ed and beyond. She's also an equestrian, by the way, which makes her even cooler. We'll talk horses as well. So together they're leading initiatives like the Trucking Business Academy and a bold expansion into higher education, reform for military-connected students, and so much more. So today we're going to dive into it all. Welcome, Sam and Wendy. Good morning.
Thanks, Lindsay and Jimmy. It's great to be here.
Let's start, Sam, and thank you, by the way, for your service. Thank you for making the time to serve the people out there who are actually on the road and give them a chance to find out about Dixon Center. Talk to me. Give me the 30,000-foot overview of the center, and talk about what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dixon Center was founded in 2012, and Dixon Center was really born from an idea that was started by Admiral Mike Mullen, who was our 17th chairman of the Joint Staff back in 2010. Back during that time frame, as he traveled across the country, Admiral Mullen coined this term, the Sea of Goodwill. He would meet with organizations and communities, and all of them would ask him the question, how can we support our service members coming home from Iraq and Afghanistan? How can we support our veterans? Because we don't know how. We want to we want to support them, but we're unsure of how to do that. So he created an office within the Pentagon to focus on that, helping connect organizations and communities to someone that could share with them ideas and solutions and best practices to best support our veterans and their families. So from that office, 2 years later in 2012, the founders of Dixon Center took that idea and then brought it and made it a nonprofit, made it a veteran organization focused on doing just that, supporting individuals and communities who want to support our veterans, our transitioning service members, the families of our fallen, you name it, anyone who has a touch point with the military. There's just this strong desire that's still there to support that military and veteran community. But a lot of folks are just unsure of how to do it, and that's where the center comes in. That's where Dixon Center comes in. So we are a resource. We are a hub for, it could be employers, it could be other nonprofits, it could be universities and colleges, individual communities. If you want to integrate or better integrate veterans and families into your programs or into your organizations, we like to think we're the go-to resource that we can help you do that.
It's really important that they say and veterans and families, because this is a trickle-down thing. We realize what affects the veteran. If the veteran is not supported, it's going to be a trickle-down effect for that family member. So that's an important combination. Yep. And speaking of important combinations, you and Wendy, Sam and Wendy, are a great combination because you've got, from combat zones to Capitol Hill. Y'all are able to bridge that gap, I would assume, by working together. So talk about that. You have had boots on the ground in very different areas, but this is real world coming together. Wendy can say, okay, you've seen it, Sam. Right. Tell me how I can now go forth and prosper with it, right?
Yeah, and getting back to your earlier point with military families, we have a recruitment problem in this country, and outcomes is what we need to focus on. So if our generation of veterans is not having a good experience, they're not getting a job, but they're not having a good education experience, it's more likely that they will not recommend the military to their family members or their kids. So, the matter of legacy soldiers, airmen, Marines, whatnot, is a big deal. And that's why it's important that we do focus on the families.
It's also important that, as you guys have pointed out, the Dixon Center is a rally point in some ways. It's a rendezvous point and it's a hub, because you mentioned best practices earlier. And one of the great things about the United States is the states have always been the great laboratory of democracy, at which point it then filters back into Washington, D.C., and what was learned on the micro local level then ends up making its way upon the national stage. You guys are looking for solutions among the smallest of the small. I mean, it could be a small grocery store that just took the time to figure out how to best make accommodations to onboard young service members who have left the military and want to get a start, say, in Whole Goods, and just bring them in there and say, we have found this works, that you guys are willing to listen to any and all ideas where there are veterans who, as Lindsay has said, and as you have just said, Wendy, the idea that I had a great time doing that, I feel like the military set me up for success. That's really what you're looking for. It's like 1,000 flowers blooming, and then you guys till the garden. Is that fair, Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. There are a tremendous amount of organizations out there. I've seen people throw around numbers like 45,000, 50,000 organizations in some fashion supporting veterans and their families. The challenge is not the resources. It's that a lot of these efforts are siloed. People with great intentions doing great work, but they are kind of focused on one particular aspect. So one of the things we try to do is break down those silos, break down those barriers between organizations, because the best solutions for whatever challenges our veterans and their families are facing, it has to be holistic. It's not just a single point. And so that's what we do. We work with breaking down those silos, making connections, bringing coalitions together, public-private partnerships, bringing those together to help solve some of the challenges that we see. And we don't turn our back on the federal government. Whether it's the VA or the Department of Labor, there's tremendous resources and organizations. But to your point, Jimmy, if you really want to understand the challenges that veterans are facing, and what we always focus on is community by community. The challenges that a veteran maybe experience in one community are different from another. So you have to go to those community-based organizations. No one knows their veterans better than those communities. So we always defer. You guys tell us, what are some of the challenges and solutions, and then we come in. How can we help you overcome those?
This might be a dumb question, but I'm known for those. So let's go.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day.
Thank you. You said you talked about 50 to 60,000 veteran organizations that are out there. I think people have good intentions and they're like, I want to do something. I want to support military. Affects me. It affects everyone. Obviously, I want to do something. What would you say though to somebody who's now like, I'm going to go out and start my own organization. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to start. I want to support. We get spread too thin that way rather than right. It would be.
Please don't.
Please don't. Don't do that. I have an organization called Dummies for Vets. That would be what I would start. I don't know, but it would be. How would you encourage somebody to say, why don't you look to the Dixon Center and see? Is that a good entry point to be like maybe? You can encourage how you can get involved in your community rather than trying to get something off the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always want to encourage that involvement. Absolutely, we want to encourage that involvement. We don't want to discourage it. But Lindsay, to your point, if you really want to be effective, my first piece of advice would be to look around you. Look around you. There are organizations in every community really doing great work. Look around and see how you can volunteer. One of the reasons that we focus on organizations and communities and individuals who are supporting veterans and their families is because we did not want to be another program providing direct services. Right. We have that, but we got to, like I said, we got to impact some of the structural challenges. We got to break down silos. So those who want to support our veterans and their families, look to Dixon Center. One of the things we do, we serve as a clearinghouse. We can help connect people to organizations who are having an impact. And that may be a nonprofit. It could be an employer. It could be a community. It's the whole range of organizations out there that we can help connect people to.
I have a feeling, by the way, and let me just say DixonCenter.org. I have a feeling, Wendy, that if I went to you and Sam and I said, we actually convinced a number of veterans organizations that when they hear somebody has a need for something and they aren't able to provide that need, for those organizations to say, I can't help you. However, let me pick up the phone right now, because I know 5 or 6 other organizations that I'm very, very close to who actually satisfy that particular need. That's kind of the game that we're talking about here. The idea is that I know what you do, you know what I do. If somebody shows up on my doorstep and I can't help them, I can, because I know you can help them.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wendy.
I'm a skeptic, and
As she sits with her arms crossed.
By the way, have you noticed the 2 optimists are on one side of the table and the 2 absolute cynics are over here?
I'm sitting by Sam. We're all rainbows over here.
Well, I say this. I've been in this business, and more so in higher education than anything else, for the last 17 years. And I want to make a little point here about higher education. There's a number that I really like to stress, and it's about, and again, the numbers change from minute to minute, but about 65% of those utilizing the GI Bill are first-gen learners, and that means a lot of things. They don't have the family support. I am a first-generation learner. Now, it was difficult for me, much less being in the military and having a big gap until you go back into academia. So services on college campuses often differ immensely. There's no uniformity. So you might have this program, you might have housing, I might not have housing, but I have a veterans organization. So one of the things that we're working on is trying to make it easier for veterans to know what's available at their institution. That's a project that we're working on. And with all the recent budgetary cuts and policy fluctuations, we now have schools that are losing funding. They're losing personnel. We did a study back 2020, and even during COVID, 30% of our respondents had lost personnel or lost funding. So now we have to, going back to Sam's point, connect these institutions, because many of them are just, they can't afford to have the programming, to the type of community services that Dixon Center has, a way to. And the skepticism is in this world of VSOs in higher education, for some gosh darn reason, there's become a bit of competition, and it's so counterproductive that it's like, well, it's my thing is the best thing, rather than saying, hey, Sam, or hey, Wendy, I'd like to stand up this program on our campus, and we can address them with best practices on another campus.
Let me actually set your teeth on edge. I've got a great...
She doesn't need any more reason to do that, Jimmy Mack.
But Lindsay said it. I have an idea. I'm going to do veterans issues for dummies. Well, maybe you should check out dummies who are in search of helping veterans. Well, no, I want to do my idea. I mean, the amount of it is.
Well, yeah, it's like, what's your intention behind? Why? What is your why?
As opposed to being like, well, here's how you can get involved with them. No, I want to. And the question is that we've got to find more people who are doing the buy-in, because they want to serve those who served, as opposed to they want to feel good about themselves. And that's the great distinguishing point. Brad and I talk about this all the time with Lindsay. The idea that vet ready is not the same as vet friendly, and vet friendly, if it doesn't transform into vet ready, really is about feeling good about yourself, as opposed to feeling good about actually helping those who need this help. How'd I do, and how are your teeth?
Nailed it. It's just an unfortunate reality, and it's human nature. It's just, it's the way a lot of people function, and it is a disservice to our veterans. So my story is I did some work supporting veterans who were deploying, and I desperately wanted to give back. I come from an Army family. And there was no way for me to give back as a civilian. I had no idea what I could possibly do to serve those who were doing something that I chose not to. Then when the post 9/11 GI Bill came around, I said, aha, I'm a higher ed person. Our schools are going to need assistance. So when these students come to school, as our motto is, they are successful to, through, and beyond their post-secondary objectives, whatever they may be. There's a big change right now in terms of alternative pathways. So it may not be a 4-year degree, and that's fine. But we in higher education at the entry point need to do better with advisement, so that folks are not getting 700 credits that are useless, or a degree that's not in line with what they ultimately want to do. I mean, I've met a gentleman just a couple of years ago who was getting a bio degree because he just liked bio. Like, he had a job, and good for you. But that's not the norm.
Good for you if you have that time to kill.
Exactly.
All right, let's pivot here. Pivot. And to talking trucks here, because that's why, I'm assuming we've hooked up with, as you've hooked up with the good people of Fastport and what they do there so well. So you're launching the Trucking Business Academy. And what's cool, here's the through line that I think is so cool. You're not just helping vets get a CDL, you're helping them become business owners. Bingo. And that's the big piece. And the idea that a truck driver we're seeing this more and more, that they're getting in their head that they to equate the word truck driver with entrepreneur as well, and be like, oh, my cab is my office. You have one truck, you own a business. Done and go. So this is a cool piece. So why would you guys say, outside of sort of the obvious, why is trucking going to be such a powerful fit for veterans to set them up for success for as long as they want?
Oh, yeah. Well, one of the biggest challenges, and this is, I've been in this space for about the last 7 years, and one of the biggest challenges our veterans face is underemployment. Too many of veterans or too many service members leave active duty. They have this tremendous amount of experience. They've been entrusted with tremendous levels of responsibility. They've served in leadership positions, and all of a sudden they get out of the Army, the Marine Corps, the Air Force, or the Navy, and they're trying to find a job, and employers don't understand what that experience was. They don't understand the levels of responsibility and leadership. And a lot of our veterans get entry-level positions. Entry-level positions that,
misplaced.
have them living from paycheck to paycheck. Well, several years ago, we got involved with the Teamsters and with ABF Freight in a program to get transitioning service members training while they're still on active duty, getting a CDL, and then getting guaranteed placement with ABF Freight. I mean, what a win-win situation it was. Because not only were they receiving training before they left active duty so they could go right into a job, because that first year after leaving the military is the most dangerous. That's when we see the most challenges that first year. But they were going right immediately into a position, and it was a position that not only were they connected with their truck drivers, and a lot of the camaraderie that they had on active duty followed with them when they joined their local union, but they also were still continuing to serve. I was listening to the show earlier this morning, and
sorry.
No, it was great. There was a story about a mother of three, a single mother of three, who's a truck driver in Alaska, and she drives this very treacherous route back and forth. And when I was listening to it, I was thinking, and I think someone made the point how this guy's service members, veterans, are hardwired to serve. Even when they hang the uniform up, you still want to think you're contributing, you're continuing to serve our country in some form or fashion. And that's what the trucking industry provides. Because a robust, dynamic trucking industry is critical for economic security. We all know that. But I love the point that was made earlier this morning. It's also critical to national security. So we were able, working with the Teamsters and ABF Freight, to provide that pathway into a career that's going to provide you wages and salaries that not only can you support yourself and your family, but really build a future around. And not a lot of jobs do that. But also you're in a position where you are continuing to serve. And not only the trucking, the larger transportation industry. So we have a long history of working to help create pathways like that. And the Trucking Business Academy is an example of that. This program is going to launch on Monday. We're very excited. 12-week online course that's going to teach the basics of what it means to be an owner-operator. A career field that has a lot of potential, but as we all know, it is hard to break in, right? It's hard to break in. There's a lot of challenges, and if you're not prepared for some of those challenges, it can be a really steep obstacle to overcome. So hopefully, this 12-week online course is going to help people understand the basics and be better prepared to be trucking owner-operators.
12 weeks, that's nothing.
I love the fact, though, that it's 12 weeks, and I
Yeah.
think Wendy might be with me on this. 12 weeks is a semester. That's a genuine bona fide semester. 9 to 10 weeks is a quarter. 12 weeks is a semester. That is what most people in the education sphere think is the time it takes to take.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard me. I love to throw out a number, and the disturbing number for those who are starting their own their business becoming owner operators is 80 to 90% fail within the first couple of years. So, and that's not because they're not good truck drivers. It's not because they're not good clients or they're not good business people. But the business part is where they often do get tripped up, right? So the business acumen is the part that we're giving them through TBA, right? The ability to know, be aware of all the regulations, be aware of how you keep yourself healthy on the road. And at the very end, they're going to walk away with a business plan that they've developed throughout the 12 weeks, focusing on each one of the modules that they can leave with. It will be reviewed, and they can take it to the bank, literally and figuratively. And they also can show it to potential clients, insurers, and so on and so forth. So we're going to give them the missing parts, missing pieces.
Well, and the other thing is, this is something that anybody who's been any sort of entrepreneur, the most tragic reason to go out of business isn't because you picked the wrong market or the wrong niche. This is the killer. There are people, I don't know if people know this, a lot of businesses fail because they weren't ready for success. And I can tell you the number of people who got too many orders, who didn't know how to prioritize orders, who literally, I know people that have started weatherization companies and were so excited that people were actually calling them to get their houses.
I got a client.
I got a client.
Can't help you.
And then suddenly it's like, where are you? And they couldn't ramp up quick enough. They didn't understand that. And that's where these kind of classes make a big difference, because sometimes you got to say, I don't have a staff for that. I'm sorry, we're all booked up. And it hurts to say that when it's money on the table, but sometimes a good business person says, we can't get to you until June.
Yeah.
And that's something you got to learn.
Right.
One of the things that we're learning, and interestingly enough, is at the onset, we were really directing this toward folks that were actual drivers. But the interest has come from a variety of different places. So there are some that we are assuming are maybe working for an owner operator, and they're do the back stuff. And this information will help them be a better assistant, be a better manager, and to do all that stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And it seems like a great fit. It wasn't originally how we started, but when you start thinking about it, these people are often the backbone of the business. So, we love the fact that they're also interested in taking this course.
I know we've talked about this before, but Captain Danny was a guy we had on our show and did some work with. He'd done his 20 in the Air Force, and he was like, I don't know. He wanted to retire, but he's like, I don't know if I'm gonna, because he said I have no experience in anything else. I have a couple friends who have done their 20. Like, I don't have any experience.
Top gun
I'm like,
instructor.
Are you insane? You have, and then but like them figuring out, putting on. He's like, how do I make a resume? I'm like, just say everything you've done, and there's your resume. That being said, I said to Captain Danny, I was like, hey, meet us for dinner, grab an Uber. And he's like, what's an Uber? I'm like, oh, right. Okay, sorry. And I was like, just pick up a sandwich at that Amazon stop place. He's like, how do I use Amazon? I'm like, oh my God.
It sounds like me when I was trying to put on a suit as soon as I left active duty, trying to match my tie and stuff. It drove my wife crazy.
Get over here. Well, let's pivot again then, because sit rep for success, by the way, sounds like something I'd like to wear on a t-shirt. Sit rep sounds for success. Obviously, it's more than a catchy title. And let's talk about the heart of this initiative. We've got about a couple minutes left here. The heart of this initiative, because, so many programs stop at transition, and this goes further. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, it's the holistic picture of well-being as a whole. Is that correct?
Well, yes, to some extent, but it's really broadened out. And listen, I got to tell you, my boyfriend came up with that name. I can't take credit for it. But the point being that right now there are so many things going on. There are so many changes in federal policy and federal budgeting, and they haven't necessarily hit quite yet, because layoffs, they may be getting paid for a long time. Like 30% of federal government is veterans, right? So what we want to do with this is to get an assessment of what the contemporary challenges are, like what's new as a result of all these changes. Like, we know VA appointments are being delayed, schools are cutting down different programming, and just get the pulse of where veterans are right now with all of this upheaval, if you will, and then put together a recommendation through our Dixon Center Research Collaborative, which is a group of about 25 nonprofits, higher educators, military retirees, and a couple of active duty. And our job is to look at the data, figure out what the data means, and then put a report together on how we can address those needs and then ultimately put together some events to circulate the information to those who can't afford to go to the big conferences.
I got to cut this short. I also have to do this. I'm going to let our guests have the last word. So before then, on today's Trucking with OOIDA, coming up next, they're going to be talking about Louis Pugh's testimony before a Senate subcommittee that asked for guidance for the trucking industry while crafting the next highway bill. Plus, as far as the safety of autonomous vehicles go, what we know and what we don't know. And there's a lot of unknowns there. Missy Cummings of George Mason University has answers to some of those questions that are answerable right now. That's Trucking with OOIDA immediately after this. We want to give you guys the last word here by the day.
Sure. And one thing I want to make sure that we don't forget to acknowledge is that yesterday, we've worked with Fastport for years. I worked with Fastport when I'm still on active duty. Fastport is a tremendous organization that's really making an impact on our military and veteran community. Yesterday, we signed a formal partnership with them to continue. We've worked alongside each other. Now we're going to work even closer together to create positive outcomes for veterans and their families. We're super excited about this, and we're really looking forward to this. And I would just say, if you want to connect with us, go to dixoncenter.org, DIXON, dixoncenter.org. And we also have a podcast, Service Before Self. So I always tell people, Google Service Before Self. We're on Spotify. We're on iHeart. We're on Apple. You name it. Whatever the platform is out there, you can find our podcast. Please listen to our podcast because we bring organizations that are having an impact and we introduce them to the public. We make sure that the public's aware. So I encourage people to check out, again, Service Before Self.
And would you say anybody to check that out, whether you're a veteran, a truck driver, a family member, or somebody just what can I do? I don't know what to do, but I know I want to do something.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. We talk about that on every one of our show. We talk about how folks can connect. We talk about some of the challenges organizations have that are, to your point earlier, Lindsay, some of the challenges that organizations have or people just want to create something when they should maybe step back and just join something. So we talk about all of that. So it's really our audience is very diverse.
Maybe volunteer before you try to be the CEO is all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, welcome to the world, though. By the way, if you notice here, it is the Fastport Studios. If you are a partner of theirs, you are welcome here anytime, Absolutely. And we're happy to promote your podcast as well. DixonCenter.org. Sam Whitehurst, Wendy Lang have both joined us this morning. Thank you both for your service in the public and private sectors, by the way. Thank you both.
And Wendy's arms aren't crossed anymore. We've gotten her out of her cynicism. Yes.
Noticed.
Oh, yeah.
She relaxed
Well,
in time for the interview.
Well, she said, I'm sitting by a fellow cynic, so things are going to be okay.
You balance each other out.
Thank you. Hashtag balance. Madison, get us some music going on here. We're going to drift out of here and turn it over to our friends at OOIDA. Of course, they're going to be talking about Mr. Pugh, who went to Washington.
Pew, pew, pew!
Cut himself. By the way, good spokesman for veterans as well,
Hey,
Mr.
buddy.
Louis, Army veteran. And, well, that's all I got for you, except Trucking with OOIDA is next.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's officially official now. Goodbye speed limiter mandate. The driver shortage myth just won't seem to die, and investigating the safety and viability of autonomous vehicles. Trucking with OOIDA starts now. Welcome to the show. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
How you doing today, Ashley?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing just fine. Here in a little bit, we're going to talk with Missy Cummings of George Mason University. I look at her as kind of a guru, an expert on autonomous vehicles. She studies this extensively. She worked at NHTSA, and she's got a few predictions and has in the past about the viability of autonomous trucks, or I guess the lack thereof.
Yeah.
She is not bullish on them hitting roadways anytime soon, but lots to talk about with her. We also had extensive coverage last month, Ashley, when the USDOT introduced 9 initiatives that prioritize truck drivers. This week, we had OIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh on Capitol Hill testifying before a Senate subcommittee, asking lawmakers to essentially do the same as they consider the next highway bill. Louis covered quite a bit of ground during that hearing. We're going to cover it in depth here in just a little bit as well, so stay tuned for that. But before that, Ashley, we've got big news courtesy of the USDOT, sort of a follow-up really to that big announcement that we had last month.
Yeah. This week, they officially withdrew a proposal to mandate speed limiters. Now, this is something OOIDA has been working towards for many, many years now. We knew this was likely to come after the announcement last month of the 9 initiatives, but still very exciting. However, this is only good for this current administration. OOIDA is wanting to end the proposal for good, so the association is working to get lawmakers to hopefully support the DRIVE Act, which would prohibit FMCSA from issuing any rule, regulation mandating speed limiters, no matter who's in office.
Yeah, we spoke to Senator Steve Daines, who's sponsor of the Senate bill on that very issue, and they are working to get that done. We'll continue to monitor that. Speaking of things that OIDA opposes, there is a bill in the House right now that the association is speaking out about. Again, this one in opposition to. It's called the Modern Worker Empowerment Act, and what it would do is essentially amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 and add some clarity to the standard for determining whether a worker is an employee or an independent contractor. OIDA's concerns here, Ashley, kind of fall into the slippery slope category. The association did write a letter to members of the House committee that is currently considering this bill, telling them essentially that the legislation could force owner-operators to use controversial technology like speed limiters and driver-facing cameras. But because although the bill would give independent contractor status to workers with control over their business, there is a provision in that bill that creates a potential loophole, which says that requirements related to safety standards would not be considered as control. So again, the concerns here from OIDA are that that provision could lead motor carriers to require leased-on owner-operators to use various safety technologies, again, like speed limiters, like inward-facing cameras. A reminder here, however, that the association is not against efforts to maintain the leased owner-operator model. In this case only, OIDA is essentially saying that it believes that the legislation is going too far. And again, for independent contractors and independent truckers, that would result in far too many drivers that are quote-unquote independent in name only. So something to monitor there. The committee's looking at this right now, and we'll see what they do with it.
Heading to the pumps for a little bit of an update. Diesel prices up 5 cents to $3.81 a gallon, according to the Energy Information Administration. It reported increases across all 10 regions it tracks. Biggest jump was in the Gulf Coast at 7 cents increase. And on Wednesday, ProMiles had diesel up 2 cents a gallon to $3.71 across the U.S.
Up. I think it's gone up in the past few weeks, for the past 5, something like that. Yeah, we're seeing a trend for sure. Early results. CVSA Operation Safe Driver Week happened last week. The results, and this is kind of how it happens usually, is that states will start kind of submitting what they did before CVSA releases the official results a couple of months or a few months from now. The first one, it appears out of the gate, is Arizona. They said in a Facebook post that they conducted more than 600 inspections over the week-long enforcement blitz, leading to more than 2,000 violations. Wow. They also said 100 drivers were placed out of service and 150 vehicles were placed out of service as well. So some high numbers there, it seems like. We'll see if that trend continues again as CVSA releases that data. But we'll hear more states giving their results as well, too. We mentioned it, Louis Pugh, Washington, D.C.
The one, the only.
The man they love to call to Capitol Hill for testimony. We're going to hear from him right after this short break right here on Trucking with OIDA.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit houseproducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Welcome back. Scott, you and I last week sat down with Louis Pugh and Colin to talk about Louis' trip to D.C., which of course happened this week, to testify at a hearing called Shifting Gears. That has, of course, has happened, and we have some clips from that.
Yeah. We listened to the hearing, watched the hearing. Louis obviously testifying alongside Chris Spear of ATA, Sean O'Brien from the International Brotherhood of Teamsters as well. The idea behind it was to kind of look at the state of the industry in trucking. Louis made OOIDA's case on a number of issues, which we're going to hear about in just a second. A lot of it, unfortunately, I think got derailed a little bit by a few kind of side conversations about the driver shortage, and there were some things that maybe were not necessarily focal points, I think, that maybe should have been focused on. But we can let everybody else be the judge of that as we listen to some highlights from the hearing now.
Our nation's truck drivers are the backbone of our economy.
Freight can't wait. If we don't have freight moving, we lose our competitiveness as a nation.
Trucking industry issues took center stage on Tuesday morning within the Senate Subcommittee on Surface Transportation. Fresh off the heels of USDOT movement on 9 initiatives that prioritize truck drivers, senators called a panel for 4 experts forward to detail how they can do the same when it comes to the next highway bill. OIDA Executive Vice President was one of those experts, and his opening statement provided lawmakers a substantial checklist.
The Trump administration has embraced a new approach to developing trucking policy that prioritizes the needs of truckers. It began in February when the USDOT reopened its public comment period on broker transparency rulemaking that was launched in 2020 in response to an OOIDA petition. It continued in April with an executive order addressing OOIDA's request to enforce existing English language rules proficiency that have long been ignored. And just last month, Secretary Duffy announced 9 major initiatives, 9, to improve working conditions for truckers that directly addressed many long-standing driver concerns, including withdrawing the controversial speed limiter mandate. These steps are welcome and long overdue and a departure from the old ways of Washington. They demonstrate regulators are finally prioritizing truckers over corporate mega fleets, shippers, trial lawyers, and safety advocates. To be clear, OOIDA is a nonpartisan organization. We have a reputation of telling you how it is, and we don't pull any punches. But we also give credit where credit's due and advocate tirelessly on behalf of our members. Truckers now need lawmakers to embrace the new approach the White House has taken with as much energy and resolve. I assure you this can be done in a bipartisan manner and promote highway safety that improves driver recruitment, retention, and increases supply chain efficiency. In fact, many of OOIDA's proposals for the highway bill already achieve these objectives. This includes enhancing driver training, improving restroom access, and combating freight fraud. More broadly, efforts to expand truck parking capacity, eliminate the federal law that prevents truckers from being guaranteed overtime pay, and stopping the unsafe increases of truck size and weights. These have all garnered significant bipartisan support. While truckers are thrilled that folks in Washington are finally listening to their needs, others in the industry will resist this new approach. They want to return to the old way of doing things when maximizing corporate profits and overregulating small businesses, dodging responsibility for improving working conditions for drivers took precedence. For example, large carriers will oppose OOIDA's efforts to prohibit predatory lease-to-own scams. By design, these leave truckers broke and empty-handed. Law enforcement will again attempt to put trackers on truckers, which has been soundly rejected by the industry. Trial lawyers will pursue a totally unnecessary increase in minimum insurance requirements to destroy small business trucking. And brokers will fight tooth and nail against compliance with broker transparency compliance, which is a rule that's already on the books. Let me remind you, the old approach simply doesn't work. Policies that large carriers swore would improve safety, like electronic logging devices, have proven to be totally ineffective. The pilot program for teenage drivers has been a colossal taxpayer-funded failure, and its enrollment numbers tell the story. As I've outlined in my testimony, Congress has the ability to make the next highway bill the most pro-trucker, pro-safety bill in history, but only if you commit to prioritizing the needs of truckers.
OOIDA's list of priorities is comprehensive, and a few of them were discussed during the hearing, but many were not. Themes emerged early on after another witness in the committee hearing room, Chris Spear, president and CEO of the American Trucking Associations, touted his belief in a driver shortage. In fact, it was one of many mentions of the debunked narrative throughout the less than 2-hour meeting.
Every member of this panel should be invested in creating pathways for 18 to 20-year-olds to operate safely in interstate commerce and to be able to access good-paying jobs in the trucking industry. However, self-serving, factless claims that there is no driver shortage undermine the serious work of this committee. Driver pay does not go up 19% during a freight recession unless there is a shortage of qualified drivers.
But Spear's assertion did not go unchallenged. Sean O'Brien, leader of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, called it out during his opening statement.
You've all heard about so-called driver shortage, and I think you just heard one of my colleagues testify to that. We've been told we can solve this problem by forcing drivers to work longer hours and operate heavier trucks. At UPS, for example, one of our members may spend years working another position, another classification before a job operating a tractor-trailer becomes available. Once our members do get behind the wheel, most remain in these good-paying, reliable, and safe positions until retirement. At carriers like T-Force and ABF, Teamsters only experience a 10 to 12% turnover ratio. Union drivers have the best wages, health care, and retirement securities. In Teamster shops, workers are incentivized to stay. So-called driver shortages do not occur.
O'Brien's stance falls right in line with OOIDA's. It also falls in line with extensive research on the subject from the National Academies of Science, economics professor Stephen V. Burks, and others. But there is a reason Spear and others continue to talk about the myth of a driver shortage, despite evidence to the contrary. It's a means to shoehorn in ATA's support of other issues, ranging from lowering the minimum age for interstate commerce, increasing the size and weight limits for commercial trucks, and putting more automation into them. All are issues that came up during Tuesday's hearing. We're going to take them one by one here, starting with the push to lower the interstate commerce driving age. Senator Todd Young, chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Surface Transportation, is a supporter. A few years back, he introduced a bill that looks a lot like FMCSA's Safe Driver Apprenticeship Pilot Program for under 21 drivers. But Senator Young said it didn't go quite as planned. While the program was set up to accommodate 1,000 motor carriers and up to 3,000 drivers under the age of 21, participation was sparse. At last check, motor carrier participation was in the dozens, not the hundreds.
We had some real challenges with implementation with the last administration. The Biden administration imposed a number of additional burdensome requirements going well beyond congressional intent, and it is severely hampered implementation and participation. So we're going to give this another shot, but we want to do so in an informed way.
Spear expressed support, pointing to 49 states that currently have legislation on the books that allow 18-year-olds to drive within their own state, but not across state borders.
Training is key. None of the 49 states have that. Your pilot program that was enacted has 400 hours of training, of which you have to have a supervised driver, experienced driver in the cab with you. It has 14 metrics attached to it. This is a step towards safety, unlike the 49 states, not a step away. The reason that it got poor attendance is because the last administration put a whole number of requirements into the pilot that you didn't authorize, including inward-facing cameras. Okay?
Senator Young, knowing OOIDA's opposition to lowering the age, gave Louis Pugh a chance to respond.
I think that we need a pathway for 18 to 21 years old to drive truck. I was an 18-year-old and went in the United States Army and drove truck. That was my pathway. Went to the service, got my CDL, and started driving at 21. I do also think at 18 to 21 years old, I did a lot of dumb things. Even when I was in the military, and you have oversight when you're in the military. There's other people there to guide you, you know. But with that also being said, I think what we have to think about here is how we do this. Because even with 400 hours of training, and say you drive around the state of Indiana or the state of Florida, what happens when you go to the Rocky Mountains and you've never seen the Rocky Mountains or in the Appalachian Mountains? I think a much safer, better way to handle this, and I agree with you, it makes no sense that a kid who lives, say, in Louisville, Kentucky, can't just cross the state line, or a kid in Indianapolis can't go maybe to Chicago. You know, I understand what you're saying, go to Gary, but he can't cross to Chicago. I think what we should think about is 150 air mile radiuses like we do in agricultural and the short haul. That way these kids who are from 18 to 21 years old, they learn how to operate this equipment in these trucks in areas that they know where they're from and they know where there are.
There's another reason Spear would have you believe in a driver shortage. Belief in that means an open door to more automation in the trucking industry as well.
You, ranking member, know full well there's 5 levels of automation. The first 4 require a driver, engaged in the operation of the commercial vehicle. Level 5 is driverless. We're a long ways from deploying that widespread. We're going to see some, operations down in the Southwest where it makes sense. The weather is accommodating for that sort of activity. Maybe not so much in Wyoming and Nebraska where I'm from. So, you're going to see this crop up. But I think to point out, the levels 1 through 4 really improve safety performance, not just for the company and the driver, but for the motoring public. There's some really good elements of technology that we need to continue to foster. Level 5, before we even get to that, I think is important. This also comes down to the driver shortage. If you believe it or you don't believe it, it's a fact. It's a fact. We watch it nationwide. We have the largest number of drivers under our membership. We know the demand for these drivers. And if there is a shortage, the inclusion of such technology, even if it's level 5, is not going to be displacing anyone's jobs. So this is a red herring. It's a baseless threat that I don't believe in, and our industry's proven that.
O'Brien countered.
Our biggest fight whenever we go to the bargaining table with any and all industries is automation. Automation is a real threat to American jobs, and we feel strongly that the biggest threat to the trucking industry is autonomous commercial vehicles not requiring human operators. So that's a priority to make certain that we have human operators in these vehicles. And I know some people think it's not coming for a long time, but either way, whether it comes tomorrow or 20 years from now, we have to be prepared. And protecting good middle-class jobs is important. I think there was a statistic set out here today, 3.5 million drivers right now. Well, if we replace 3.5 million drivers, where do they go and what do they do? And more importantly, it's a public safety issue. We've talked to many law enforcement groups regarding their concerns regarding autonomous commercial vehicles. And it's a real concern if you have a family of 4 driving down the road. Right now, the best computer and the best reaction is a human operator. And we've all seen how in certain situations where technology has failed in testing of such vehicles with autonomous drivers. And lastly, we talk about all this investment that we make in infrastructure. And if we allow autonomous vehicles to be heavier, longer, and no requirement or expanded requirements of when they can travel on the roads, that is going to be a detrimental effect to ridges, off-ramps, and roads moving forward. So we think those are the top three threats. More importantly, it's the jobs. Where do we put these people that have depended upon driving commercial vehicles, providing goods and services to this country?
As for the other issue linked to ATA's claims of a driver shortage, increasing the size and weight limits for commercial trucks, it didn't come up directly at the hearing. But Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts did take one final chance to poke holes in the narrative near the end of testimony. He gets a last word on this topic.
In Mr. Spears' testimony, he discusses at length an argument we often hear, Mr. O'Brien, from the trucking industry. The government should weaken safety regulations, such as lowering the minimum age to hold a commercial driver's license from 21 to 18 to address the trucking industry driver shortage. Trucking is a very dangerous industry. Any argument to lower safety standards deserves close scrutiny. So let's examine the so-called driver shortage. The word shortage implies the pool of qualified workers is too small. But 2 million people hold commercial driver's licenses in the United States, and hundreds of thousands more licenses are issued every single year. All these qualified drivers are competing for about 900,000 long-haul trucking jobs. And while there are plenty of qualified drivers available, many trucking companies struggle to retain these drivers. In fact, this is an incredible number, 90% of truck drivers leave their job after 1 year, 90%. This high level of turnover suggests the issue might not be whether there are enough drivers, but whether existing drivers are getting enough out of the job.
Other issues that came up during Tuesday's hearing, and we'll go speed round here. In response to congressional attempts to cut down on cargo theft and freight fraud, Pew said it can't come fast enough.
Yes, and we need, FMCSA needs the power to go after these folks and the oversight as well, and truckers need a place and brokers as well to report these kind of things. We get calls on a daily basis, OOIDA, where drivers are taking loads and they get the load, they deliver the load, and it's a fictitious broker. The broker's pretended to be someone else. I know brokers are dealing with the same thing with truckers. Trucking companies are getting their identity stolen. It's too easy for trucking companies to sell their identity, and it's much too easy to get into our industry in the first place. That's where this all starts.
Yeah.
As I've said in a past hearing, you can take someone off the street who's never even been in a truck or seen a truck, and in a month and a half, they can be a full-blown truck driver and motor carrier. That's insane. That's insanity. To be a broker, you post $75,000 bond and you're a broker. Okay. We've got to start at the beginning, stopping these folks.
A good start there would be passing the bipartisan Household Goods Shipping Consumer Protection Act, which has been introduced in both chambers of Congress. The bill would restore FMCSA's authority to issue civil penalties against bad actors. On the question of drug and alcohol testing for CDL holders following a deadly crash.
Yes, we support after post-crash testing for sure, but we do not support the hair testing because we don't feel that there's enough research or data out there to show that it's true as what urine test is. It also, with different nationalities, different types of people, it doesn't always come out accurate, and there's plenty of proof to show that. Urine test has been working. That's what scientists set up years ago. That's what we should be using.
And on efforts to pump more money into the Highway Trust Fund, which is headed straight toward insolvency, and the idea of charging registration fees for electric vehicles.
Yeah, we definitely support some sort of registration fee or something going to the Highway Trust Fund with electric vehicles. I mean, by all means, why shouldn't they pay? They use the highways, and they should. We should also make sure we're not giving them special carve-outs for hauling them or transporting them because they're heavier loads to haul and transport. We should make sure we're not doing that as well. I think what we need to do is, unfortunately, is get the intestinal fortitude here in Congress to raise the gas tax, because it hasn't been raised. It does work. You pay it at the pump. People don't realize it. Why create anything new other than for these vehicles, electric vehicles, to pay a registration?
Tuesday morning's hearing gave Pew a turn in the spotlight, but as he told us last week, the real work happens before and after the hearing in closed-door meetings with members of Congress and their staff.
They know what they're going to get from us. They're going to get the truth. They're not going to get what they want to hear always. They're not going to get passed on by attaboys. They're going to, we're polite and professional, but we're going to tell them the truth, and we never waver for that. And I think that's why we have grown by leaps and bounds upon the Hill, and we have the reputation on the Hill that we have. And this is the third time OIDA has testified this year within 6 months. It'll be twice in the Senate and once in the House. And I think it's because they're figuring out that OIDA is the new bullshit outfit. We tell them how it is, and that's the way it is.
So again, that was Louis there talking about the importance of not just that hearing, which is a thing that gets broadcast everywhere, but what goes on before and after that hearing, where he and other members of the D.C. office there are meeting with lawmakers
Having
and their
those
staff.
one-on-one conversations.
One-on-one conversations where they can kind of answer the questions a little more in detail and educate these members of Congress and, again, their staff on...
Without a 5-minute time limit.
And that's the thing that's frustrating too, is Louis was asked a couple questions in there and was given like 3 seconds to answer.
And then cut off.
Yeah,
that's going to be so frustrating.
Exactly, yeah. So a lot of those things that he was not able to kind of talk about in detail in that hearing, he certainly talked about, I'm sure, with lawmakers behind closed doors. We're going to have Louis in next week to talk about the trip, talk about the hearing, talk about those conversations that happened with those various lawmakers and staff as well. So looking forward to that. We'll talk to Louis next week about that to find out exactly how that went and I guess where we're headed. So we'll have that next week. And as for right now, Ashley, I'm looking at the clock. We got to take a quick break. But Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Whether you like it or not, autonomous vehicles are becoming more and more common on American roadways, which is actually providing us more information about the safety of AV technology. Our next guest recently looked into what we know and what we don't know about the safety gaps that are out there right now. Missy Cummings is currently an engineering and computer science professor at George Mason University, and she joins us now on Trucking with OIDA. Professor Cummings, how are you today?
Great, and it's great to be back.
Yeah, it's great to have you, and I'm going to pick your brain and we're going to get to the bottom of this autonomous vehicle thing here if we play our cards right here. I want to start actually by kind of touting your credentials, if I may. As I said there, you're a researcher and a professor now. Before that, you were a senior safety advisor at NHTSA. You were also a fighter pilot. So you've clearly done a lot, but you really seem to have grasped onto this autonomous vehicle subject. I'm curious what drew you initially to the issue to begin with, and also what's kept your interest in this topic going?
Well, what really drew me was the fact that I had been a fighter pilot, which is working with some of the most advanced automation. This was back in the 90s, and seeing so many people die. And it was amazing to me that there could be so many deaths given the fact that this technology was supposed to be so advanced, and also, even back then, it's going to be safer with all these technologies. We're somehow going to make pilots safer, and that just didn't happen. So I decided to go back to school to find out more about how can we better design systems to work with humans instead of against them.
That's interesting. So even back then in the 90s, obviously, I think we were talking probably about different technology when you look at, fighter jets and whatnot. But there are some parallels now, to what we're seeing now with autonomous vehicles. What kind of technology were we talking about back then that kind of was raising concerns?
Well, even back then, there was a problem with mode confusion. And indeed, it was the 90s that really brought this concept to our attention. And that is the fact that automation or autonomy can be in one mode, but if it's not designed correctly, humans can easily mistake it to be in another mode. And so that can lead to, in some cases, catastrophic accidents. And also just simply how to design systems so that people can understand how their interactions are going to affect the system.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly parallels then to what we're talking about today. And I think we can jump into your most recent research paper here titled Identifying Research Gaps Through Self-Driving Car Data Analysis. Take us back to the beginning of this paper. What was the angle? How did this particular study begin, and what were you looking for in particular?
Well, that paper was a direct response to Waymo's claim that their cars were safer than human drivers. And I wanted to take a fresh look at the data that has been coming to light through the NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Standing General Order, and also data that was coming to light through the California Waymo program, the reporting program they had. And when you look at that data, it is actually quite clear that Waymo's claims are not true. So if I'm giving Waymo the benefit of the doubt, at best, their claims could be seen that they are at least on par with rideshare drivers. But this is something that people don't know in America, is that rideshare drivers are having accidents 4 to 6 times more often than your average driver like you or me. And that's pretty concerning, that fact in and of itself. And it does look like, at least for the deployment in California, that Waymo is on par with rideshare drivers. But even this is a tricky comparison because Waymo has remote operators, one or more, supervising every single drive. And so it's not really a direct and fair comparison. It's an apples to oranges thing. You and I, when we drive, nobody's helping us from a remote operations center. So it's not really fair to compare regular drivers to driverless cars with all sorts of human babysitters. So I wanted to address those numbers, but then I also wanted people to understand, look, we should stop making these comparisons because they're not the same. One, self-driving cars have all this remote assist and humans don't. So let's just stop the comparison. What we really need to look at are the modes of accident. how are the accidents really happening, and is there something we can do to reduce those? And one of the things that was clear in the research that we did is that far and away the highest accident modality is that self-driving cars are getting hit from behind. And there's some reasons for that we can go into in a few minutes. But this is an accident modality that we hadn't really understood yet because we didn't have the data to understand that it was there.
Right. And we do have that data now, thanks in part, I think, because we do have in California, right, we've got Cruise, we've got Waymo, we've got Zoox as well, which have been conducting these autonomous, I want to say experiments, but it's even gone beyond experiments, right, in that they're actually having passengers in there. But we do have enough data now to kind of make a determination on all the things that you're talking about, right? We do have enough. Is that right?
Yeah. So now the data is in, and the data is showing us that on any given month, Waymo is experiencing almost 2 times more rear-end collisions that your average driver is experiencing. And having sat through some of those investigations, it's quite clear that there is a problem in self-driving cars that the computer vision systems, even when they're augmented with sensors like LiDAR, they will see things that aren't there. This is what we call phantom braking / hallucinations.
Right.
And this causes the cars to do aggressive hard braking maneuvers, much harder than your average driver is making. And then even if you're following 2 seconds distance, even if you're doing the best driving that you've been taught, because self-driving cars can actuate harder and faster than humans, then you're going to see humans who are otherwise paying attention rear end the back of cars, and with very bad effect. Indeed, this is the reason, one of the main reasons that you're not seeing self-driving trucks able to start actually driving for real. Because it's one thing for a Toyota Sentra to slam on its brakes going 65 miles an hour, and it's a completely other for a semi-tractor trailer to do it. And if we can't fix this problem, if we cannot figure out how to address the phantom braking problem, self-driving trucking is DOA.
Yeah, and I certainly want to talk about that. I do want to make sure that we focus on kind of what's going on with the research that you did here, in that you talk about phantom braking. Is that, and that's by far I think the most common cause for these crashes involving these autonomous vehicles. But what are some of the other causes that were out there as well? Maybe kind of moving down the list in terms of what caused them.
Yeah, there's also, in addition to the phantom braking issues, there are a lot of perception problems where cars will not see things that are there. And we know that, for example, things that have long, thin protrusions are causing cars to not see them. Think about gates, like the gate arm. That's very hard for self-driving cars to see. And it is both hard for them to see because the sensors can't get it, like LiDAR necessarily, but also the computer vision programs that are underpinning this. They're not being trained sufficiently on all the different objects that could be seen. And indeed, things like fences, gates, wires, they're hard to see even for humans. And so it's a real heavy lift for self-driving cars to do it. And there's also a big problem with what we call just reasoning. Every now and then, I just saw another video the other day of a Waymo going the wrong way down the street.
Yep.
The cars this is what I tell people about self-driving cars and also about generative AI, like large language models. AI doesn't know anything. It doesn't reason. It doesn't think. And this is what you'll see. This is how you know that AI is not reasoning, thinking like a human, because how do these cars end up going so far down the wrong way down the street that, they struggle to get out of the situation that they're in? So the good news is that the number of problems that we're having with cars having these big thinking hiccups, they're fortunately at a much lower number than we're seeing than things like the phantom braking issue.
Gotcha. Yeah, so phantom braking is by far and above the number one concern here that we're looking at least right now.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing in the data right now.
You know about these problems and you know about the issue, which means that I would have to assume, and I would hope, I guess as well, that, your Waymos and your Cruises and these other companies know about the issue also. If you got them behind closed doors and, gave them some truth serum or something, I'm sure that they would admit that that is a problem as well. Would they be saying also that, hey, we're working on fixes, there is a technological fix to this, and it's just a matter of time? Or is this a situation where it's such a big problem that it's going to be tough to overcome? How do you, I guess, kind of, see that situation kind of playing out?
Yeah, I think it's too early to say what is going to be an absolute showstopper or not. Personally, in my own research, we're trying to find the sources of these problems. So, for example, it was my lab who found out that the long, thin protrusions are a problem in computer vision recognition, because when the data is annotated, when the training models are developed, human annotators will typically cut off the tips of these things, and so that the true shape does not get learned. So it's still, the jury's still out whether or not, how much we can improve that by improving the training, or are we just going to have to use a different kind of sensor for those things? So that's a good example of, we actually understand more now about one failure mode, but then how to address it in a scalable manner is a completely different story. And I think that that's the other big piece of this. It's hard to make these technologies scale such that they can operate in low speeds and high speeds.
Right.
And I think Waymo's done a good job. I don't want to take that away from them. They've done a good job at showing how operations can be conducted, particularly at suburban speeds. But it's not clear that their solution is going to scale for highways.
You mentioned it earlier. We've got obviously passenger vehicles, and we've seen how fast that's grown over the past couple of years now. And obviously different states, we see them more than we do in others. You also mentioned autonomous commercial trucks, and we have seen some progress on that as well. I'm sure you've seen the news of Aurora in Texas accelerating those fully driverless operations there. What do you make of what you're seeing from Aurora in Texas? And you kind of mentioned the concerns that you have, but as you see that kind of going down the road here, what concerns do you have?
Well, Aurora had to put a driver back in.
Yeah.
They had to put somebody back in the cab, and I don't think that they were as forthcoming with the fact that even when they supposedly took the person out, there was still a person in the cab, just not in the driver's seat. So, I think kudos to PACCAR for making sure, for insisting that the driver get back behind the wheel, because nobody needs to have to deal with a situation like that. I think that Aurora's attempted a failed rollout is exactly what I'm talking about. So I think that only proves me right. Now, I'd like to see this technology succeed. I run a robotics lab. I'm here to make the technology work. That being said, it's not clear that the theoretical underpinnings are going to work. And so if we can't figure out how to make sure cars can detect objects, problems at highway speeds, and then have enough time for the vehicle to act accordingly, if we can't fix that, self-driving trucking is never going to work, and it's also going to seriously limit the self-driving car world.
You mentioned something there that I think is important to kind of underline here, in that you are not against the idea of autonomous vehicles, right? And you mentioned why there. You just want to make sure that it's done safely and that we're not putting people at risk. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. I think that Waymo has done a good job of showing relatively safe operations at slow speeds. They've been a little too tight-lipped about their remote operations piece. It turns out that, at least I've heard rumors that they have a huge offshore facility in the Philippines where they've got all these humans babysitting the cars. Okay, that's fine. That's actually not a bad thing. I think that it would be great if they were a little bit more transparent about it so that people understood what the infrastructure costs are going to be, because that's the other question. So Waymo can do it. They can do it pretty safely. They've only been involved in one fatality. But the question is that going to be scalable over the long term?
Yeah. When we talked a couple years ago, and I think you were rather prescient actually in going back and listening to that, because you said at the time that you were pretty skeptical about a sizable or meaningful shift toward autonomous cars and especially trucks on U.S. roadways in the near future. I can't remember the timeline that you mentioned there, but you basically said that you thought at the time that it was further off than others might have you believe. I'm getting the sense from talking to you, and we've seen a lot actually change in the past couple years since we last spoke, but I'm getting the sense that you still maybe feel the same way about that. And if so, how far off do you think we are from seeing this, autonomous technology be deployed on a wide scale, throughout the United States?
Well, I'm glad that you remembered that conversation.
I did. Yeah.
Because, it's like, I tell people, look, I don't get a lot of enjoyment out of, I say, I told you so. I do think, though, it's critical that for safety critical systems that we keep everyone's expectations grounded. Because if you get too excited, if you overhype the technology too much, all these investors jump in and they don't get their return on investment within a few years, then that ultimately ends up hurting the whole community, because then nobody wants to do any more investment. It's almost like a Chicken Little problem. No one will believe you. So I think it's really, really important to stay grounded, and this is why I see now that Waymo is rolling out in all these cities, I see, I hear a lot about, okay, taxi drivers are dead, truck drivers aren't going to have a job anymore. And I'm like, well, that's not true, because there's all this remote operations. And if it takes 3 people to safely, to make sure one passenger car operates safely, what is that going to mean for trucking? Is it scalable? What about the safety components of doing remote operations? There's some huge safety critical areas inside of that can be lethal. And what we don't want is any more fatalities if we can help it, because then that will really kill the whole industry. So I try to temper people's, high expectations to make them understand, look, if Waymo keeps rolling out in different cities, that's great. Supposedly they're coming to D.C. and New York. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that'll be a test.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
But the real test is Boston in the winter. So there's just going to be some areas that you're not going to see these cars. And I also caution all these investors, look, if passenger cars cannot operate at highway speed, self-driving passenger cars, then how are trucks supposed to operate? The funny thing about everything we're talking about is people just need to exercise some common sense.
Yeah.
If the cars can't operate at highway speed, how are we going to get multi-ton vehicles operating at highway speed?
Yeah. And how would you feel, the general person out there, about an 80,000 plus pound truck, going down the highway at 70 miles per hour without anybody in the cab? That doesn't make me feel great. I don't know about other people, but I know the polls kind of indicate that that's a concern as well.
Yeah, I think the American public who, every year that goes by, they are increasingly wary of these technologies. And look, if I were to tell you I feel just as comfortable on the road with semi-tractor trailers that are robots that are driven by humans, then if I feel it, then I would sing it from the treetop. But we couldn't be further from that place. And that is why I think people really need to calm down, especially the companies that like to promote the hype. Look, you are not doing the whole industry any favors by claiming that self-driving cars or trucks are about to put truckers out of business, because that is not the case.
In terms of, and we don't have a whole lot of time here, Missy, but in terms of oversight, I'm seeing some things out of D.C. that make me think that they're kind of pulling back on that and kind of opening up the floodgates for, people to do what they want out there, and businesses, I should say, companies. What do you make of the oversight, or maybe lack thereof, that you're seeing out there?
Well, everybody wants to talk about, how the Trump administration rolled in and they're cutting all these regulations. But to be honest, the Biden administration wasn't doing that much either. They were very pro-industry. Yeah. So the Biden administration was not putting in any rules and regulations in terms of transportation and self-driving cars that had to be rolled back. I also think we're not in the right place for putting out a lot of federal regulation about self-driving cars, because the technology is still so nascent, still early in the game. So there's no reason we should go out and start overly regulating a technology that's still very experimental at best. I would say the one caveat to that is that the federal government should jump in and start regulating remote operations, because we've already seen one crash in California that happened because of time delay for remote operations for Waymo, and that, as Waymo starts to scale up and up, if they're going to continue to have all of these people offshore, then those delays are just going to be even that much more critical, and inevitably someone will die, and there will be a lawsuit, and someone will get killed because of a delay in a remote operation. That information will come to light, and then again, that could really hurt the whole industry, which is something we don't want.
Absolutely. Missy, I could talk to you all day about this, but unfortunately we are out of time. Your crystal ball was working a couple years ago when we talked. I hope we can talk to you before 2 years from now to kind of, track how this is all going and where we're headed. But we really appreciate the perspective, appreciate your research, and appreciate you talking with us today.
Anytime.
Our thanks again to Missy Cummings there for her time. Always enjoy those conversations, Ashley, especially with someone like her who has so much knowledge about this issue. And it's really important, too, when we're talking about autonomous vehicles and autonomous technology, that we have someone from the outside looking in to make sure that, everything that we're hearing is on the up and up, and also holding them accountable. Also interesting, too, I think she continues to believe that autonomous trucks are a ways off in the future here.
Welcomed to hear.
Which is a little bit comforting, considering all the safety concerns, of course, and other concerns that we have there as well.
Sure.
So, good talk.
Coming up tomorrow, we've got Keith Lewis from CargoNet. He is talking about cargo thefts for the second quarter of the year.
It's bad.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
They aren't down.
No, they're not down. They're up quite a bit. Yeah, but always going to talk to him, too, about the trends that we're seeing, too. It's always interesting to see what people are stealing
targeting how
criminals are
much.
targeting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Absolutely.
We'll also have Kyla Lanier on to talk about how CVSA's annual Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative went this year. She's, of course, with Truckers Against Trafficking, which now goes by TAT. We'll find out why they made that change to go by the acronym. And so we'll find out. Also, we've talked to TAT, Truckers Against Trafficking, for years now. I never knew how it got started. I mean, obviously, we know the why of, why it's needed. But it's a very interesting story. She actually is one of the founders of it, her sisters and her mom. And it started by a book recommendation. So very interesting there.
Yeah.
Be sure to tune into that. And thank you for listening to Trucking with OOIDA.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.